One second, guys. How's everyone doing today? It's not working. You guys hear me on the Discord? Because it's not. Let me know. Because it's not showing up that it's. Yeah, you can. Okay, cool. Thanks. Morning, everybody. How you guys doing? So apparently Ryan Cohen bought a bunch of shares of GameStop. I think his ownership is now back where it was pre-dilution, or just maybe still a little bit lower. Hopefully this leads to a lot of degenerates buying calls so I can sell them to them above Gamma Max. Is Upstart now chasing or what? I am confusion. NASDAQ is still pumping. Upstart has a little bit more call interest at 35, but it's mostly sold, and puts are at this level, so I don't think it's going to run a lot hotter. Give us your CPI thoughts. I mean, energy prices are down, largely. The overall index is up now for the 6th consecutive month. Core inflation still remains flat. So it's, the year-over-year number is actually less bullish than the month-over-month number being 0.1. But they still can't have a print for the rest of the year that's above 0.4. Otherwise, it changes the dot plot. If oil stays down, that'll work for them. If oil doesn't, then, that's kind of another story. I don't think oil's going to stay down. I mean, I think to provide the same inflationary to relieve the same amount of inflationary pressure, oil would have to drop to like $50 a barrel this year. And a lot of that's also, don't forget that nat gas is at like rock bottom prices right now. Nat gas gapped up in the EU because of some shortage in Norway. Oil isn't staying down. Yeah, okay. I don't think it is. I mean, Russia's cutting back production. OPEC's cutting back production going into summer, which is going to be the highest demand period. We'll see how high this stays on SPX. There's not a lot of support above 39.50 right now, but it can come in, right? No DD. I woke up at like 8:50, so let's see. A little bit of interest coming in at the 4,400 strike for this Friday. Although that could just be sold call positions moving up. What's VIX at? Hold on. 14.5. If green candles are pickles, are red candles sausages? But why are green candles pickles? I don't I don't understand why the first part became a thing. I'm surprised VIX isn't lower. I expect we'll probably see VIX move up even more. We have the FOMC meeting tomorrow still. Are the colored boxes dead? I mean, they move. No, not if we fall. But the upside ones can move, and it's just based on positioning. If positioning changes, then you can adjust them. Your morning routine is literally rolling to the left 2 feet and pressing stream on your computer, huh? Well, no. If I do the morning DD, I have to wake up at like 7:30. I have to sometimes do research. Sometimes not. It depends on the day. Then I have to write it. I have to open up the stream. I have to get all my charts and everything ready for the day. I have to open up my brokerages, which takes forever with 2FA. But other than that, yeah, basically. Coffee, sometimes, if I have time. Usually answering questions. I push out data to the Billionaires chat, although that doesn't take very long usually. I woke up at 5:40 a.m. this morning, and that was sleeping in. You got to be a glutton for punishment to be up for open on the West Coast. Yeah. I mean, I used to live on the West Coast. It was the fucking worst. Really? We were on fucking Discord till 2 a.m. And then after we ended the call, I stayed up for another 3 hours looking at various types of distributions. That was my 11:45. Oh, okay, yeah. That makes more sense. I wasn't thinking about the time change on the front end of that. Fuck you, GME. Go up. Why is Wall Street Bets not buying calls? Jesus fucking Christ. At the Money IV is crushed. Ah. Maybe the market will pump more. Wall Street Bets is always broke. Nobody trusts Ryan Cohen. They're too busy YOLOing into SPX 4400Cs. I bought some. Are you buying Jimmy calls? Fuck no. I thought they lifted the ban on GME. I've seen GME fucking posts on Wall Street Bets. Have you changed your bear thesis after this beat? This makes a skip and a pause more likely tomorrow. But well, a skip isn't a pause, but it is. They're trying to, yeah, I mean, they're trying to use a bullshit narrative again to control sentiment, but it's not going to work. They need to just be honest. I mean, it makes a pause slightly more likely. Um, they don't have to change the dot plot or their forward projections yet, but I'm sure they're well aware of the effect of energy on the current rate of inflation. So that doesn't mean they're not gonna do anything. And don't forget that the Fed is still sitting on a massive bag of QT that they need to offload at some point. So they can skip and still ramp up QT. If JPOW says he's gonna start unloading MBS, everything's dead, right? I mean, they need to control speculation, because if they can't get speculation to cool down, if they can't get equity prices to fall off, they have no room to change policy into the future, right? So even if inflation, continues to fall and energy prices remain low, they're still going to have to hold rates high in order to keep it that way. Otherwise, inflation will just flare back up again. But the 0.1 month over month is relevant. However, core is still flat. Core is not going anywhere. I'm sure JPAC would love to have a wealth effect amidst that's commodities pumping. If he pauses, it will mess up our economy for a long time. It'd be a big mistake, but it wouldn't be the first big mistake he's made. Is 220 days enough data? I got a call hedge that printed nice. There's no way JPAL wants this market going parabolic. I don't see how any outcome is not going to tank the market. Well, I mean, if everybody coming in right now squeezes off all the shorts, right? Then there's no one bidding at the top anyway. No one's buying higher, right? Is anybody here just like, oh man, I can't wait to fucking pick up my next share of Nvidia at $400? No, right? So everybody that was gonna get into tech got in a while ago, right? Nobody else wants to buy it at a fucking massive markup. No one's gonna buy fucking Nvidia at 10x forward earnings. No one's gonna buy Microsoft at 8x forward earnings. Right? Like none of there are no buyers. Tom Lee will. The fuck he will. Tom Lee is gonna be a scapegoat when they rug pull this shit because he's irrelevant. Not here, but everyone who reads Wall Street Journal, no, man, everyone just got out of a bear market and they're burned. Most people are sitting on shit that they were holding at 4,800 the last time they bought the fucking top. Time for Baba August 100 calls. What's the case? Like, why? China's economy is not doing well right now. They're having serious issues with reopening. When might we see if Russell 2K ETF rebalance? As far as I know, we still haven't gotten any information on the R2K reconstitution. I think OPEX is the last date for any news on it. Girk, I can't buy more calls here. It's like my hands won't let me push the buy button. What do? I mean, if you need to buy calls and hedge, buy them and hedge, right? If you don't need calls, then don't. You don't have to play the upside, but it's there. I thought inflation is low in China. Yeah, but their exports are down like -8%. Their manufacturing isn't picking up, and their economy is built on the back of manufacturing. How do you feel about REITs? I'm starting to investigate a handful of them. For shorting? Yields going back up. Wow, such a strong bull market. Ooh, fuck. 30 years back at 3.9. Mm. We have we have auctions today, I think. 52 and 30 year, right? Red Book came in down again for the fourth consecutive month. Yeah, seasonally adjusted CPI is still up too. What positioning look like? 1 second, I'll check. Looks like big gamma at 4,400. Biggest gamma 4,375. So the upside target's about 4,375. Some pretty decent support at 4,350. Below 4,350, it starts to fall off. So if we slide under 4,350, we could pull back to the collar. Above, I don't know. I don't think we're gonna test 4,400. At least not until more zero DTEs come in or something. Right now, there's not enough calls there yet. Why don't you talk about GME anymore? What changed? I did talk about GME. Ooh, big calls moving off the chain. Okay, so even less support moving up to 4,400 now. Are you gonna straddle JPEG? You fucking know it. My question, are theorized treasury stores starting to exit their positions? Or will they wait for CPI? Well, I mean, if we're right, their position is a hedge against floating rate increases, right? So they're hedging rising yields by shorting treasuries. Right? We don't think they're short treasuries for profit. We think they're short treasuries to hedge inflation swap risk or interest rate swap risk. At what point does skew matter? Because it's also going parabolic. It matters. So inflation at 4%. AMD not looking too good after the overnight pumpies. Well, I mean, there's going to be profit taking on the call side here, right? But I wouldn't I wouldn't say that confirms any kind of downside yet. QQQ still holding up. Oil's up today. So oil moving up to like 69.50 a barrel. NQ, well, I guess it's coming down a little. It's hovering around the 1500 resistance. I guess if we see NQ slip that could be important. Russell and Dow both up. VIX still at 1460. Dixie down. Euro up. Isn't Euro ECB's rate decision on the 15th also? Is that going to be before or JPA's decision? Before or after? %4 inflation year over year. What's skew? CBOE's volatility skew index. ECB decisions after JPAL? Interesting. They're almost 100% gonna go with 0.25, right? That's a lot of international pressure for Powell to raise rates or keep ahead. You can't have the dollar losing any ground. Because Canada came out after their pause and did 2.5 also, right? That's on July 21, 42.50 P before or after FOMC. Then at least wait till we break down below the collar. I think the only good thing here is that we didn't this morning so far is that we didn't like the only bearish thing is that we didn't squeeze out the sold calls at 43.60. But they can still get squeezed out before the day is over. I got stopped out of my straddle already. Yeah. They're definitely triggering everyone's stop losses. And since I got stopped out of my straddle at, fuck price is this? Tell me the time. Oh, there it is. Yeah, so I got stopped out of my straddle at 43.66. Well, the long side of it. Fuck. That probably means we're gonna go to 4,400, right? That's what happens to me every fucking day. How many gaps do we have to the downside? a lot. We have this morning's, we have yesterday's, we have. Oh, Jesus Christ. We have the one from June 2nd. We have the double gap from May, the beginning of May. There's a gap down from March 30th. There's a gap on March 29th. I think that's it. There's a gap from October down in like the 3600 range, but those don't fucking matter, right? If the market's going to keep moving up, downside gaps are irrelevant. Did CPI truly cool? I mean, the index is up, so no, but the year over year is lower. Month over month is down, which is, I think, responsible for much of the bullish momentum gained since the CPI report came out, right? Like that's the most important thing, was that, inflation rate month over month is 0.1, up 0.1 versus the previous month 0.4, and the Cleveland Fed's estimate of 0.2, right? We have to be seeing sector shift. We are, to a degree. I mean, small and mid caps have been pumping. Dow's been moving up. The indexes are very disjointed right now, which is probably another sign that this isn't like sustainable yet. But I think the important thing here is that investors are going to get confidence in lower CPI numbers, regardless of what it actually means, right? Lower is lower to most people. And the zero DTE pumps need that support. And if they have that support coming in, then they can do this for longer, right? Fubo broke $2. Shit. Really? Hold on. I need to sell covered calls. But that's because they shorted oil. Okay. What's your point? I mean, if they can keep oil prices down, and that's gonna, cool inflation a little bit, it's still cooling inflation a little bit. CDMs, that doesn't look like a trend to me. Where, I mean, it it is a trend. No, I mean, CPI is always a volatile data point, especially the month over month. This is what people are looking at, OG, right? They're looking at that year over year chart. This. What they should be looking at is this. No, here I can share it with you guys. It's just the, hold on. This is the index, right? So this is CPI, the consumer price index, month over month, right? Or, well, this is the monthly value of the index, and this is what people are looking at. Hold on. Why is it so hard to? Why can't I just fucking screenshot something and paste it into OBS? There. Right. So this is your year-over-year headline inflation. And this is, this is what people are bullish about. But this is your consumer price index. And then this is core inflation. Which is a lot more stable, above 5%. So core's been, as you can see, core's been pretty flat for most of the year, right? Like, 5.5 and 5.6 in, Jan and March and Feb and April. This is our lowest core print, but it's still very high, right? And for the Fed's goal of 2%, core inflation remains pretty entrenched. I was looking at alternatives to short other than Yang. What do you think of puts on GXC? It seems more exposed to China's troubled sectors. I don't really know anything about them. That's the spider one, right? Hold on, let me look them up. How's liquidity? This is the BMI index. Their growth projections for the next 3 to 5 years are insane. That seems fine. I mean, it's got a lot of tech exposure, but the construction and manufacturing exposure doesn't seem that bad. A little bit of financial sector exposure. Pretty broad. My only concern here would be the tech exposure. Um, I would expect that out of China's reopening, tech is probably going to recover best and fastest. So I don't like that the index is kind of heavily weighted to that. Ignorance is bliss. Oh, yeah. Are people just dumb or am I dumb? Hitting 4% year over year isn't hard when the previous year was like 9. That doesn't seem very good to me. No. I mean it's not, right? And then also it's almost entirely driven by drops in energy pricing. It's not driven like housing's not cheaper, right? Yeah, everything's still more expensive. Ever gonna go negative, or we just live with sky high inflation forever? And that's gonna be up to JPOW tomorrow, right? It really is. Through the magic of the accounting memory hole, the economy is magically fixed. Inflation is melting, and soon we'll all be able to afford Tesla's AI butlers and Apple's AR goggles. Uh, no. Meanwhile, Yellen's still drying up liquidity with a mop. It's still very early this week, though. We'll see. We'll see what the rest of the week brings. On RP's not drawing down. Meanwhile, Redbook trending negative. Holy fuck, the 30-year is almost 4%. It might touch it today. It very well could. That's important. But we'll see if it happens. Cut the shit. Are we hitting 4,500 before 4,000? We could if we can squeeze out enough short positions. We're close enough that we could. I'm not gonna say it can't happen. If JPOW pauses tomorrow, I was thinking the opposite because China tech is being locked out from higher end electronics because of Russia and theft. I mean, you mean because of the chip embargo? That's just AI chips, though. I made a solid gain on DE today, considering using the gains to try my first straddle on the JPOW speech. What strikes are you eyeing for yours? I mean, straddles are at the money, so it'll depend on what it's trading at when we get there. 2 months ago, SPX hit a low of 38.08. Today's high so far hit 365 up in 2 months. At this rate, 5,500 end of year should be no problem, right? This is totally normal. No, it's not. And yeah, the indexes are extremely overbought. When that's going to collapse, we'll see. I mean, we still have SLD, we still have the treasury shit going on. There's still a lot of headwinds, so. But today is going to be, they're going to try to do bullish things today because CPI is cool. I think if JPOW pauses, the pumpers, like everyone who's been pumping up until this point, is going to find support at these higher levels. Tentatively, like people are going to buy, right? There are going to be funds that come in, and there's going to be retail that comes in with a pause, thinking the worst is over. And that support or stability in these ranges obviously can lead to more pumps. Sold all my puts. I'm done. Now the market can fall. Did you not have theta? VIX up, SPX flat. That's new. Really, yesterday VIX rocketed. Well, SPX rocketed. Upstart just won't capitulate. Last time, and I've noted this a few times, it took a few months for the price to come down. Upstart is extremely illiquid. It doesn't drop quickly. I picked up a boatload of 0 DTE calls. Can you please say calls coming in? Moo. Was there supposed to be pen markings on the inflation bar graphs? Where? There's no pen markings on them. Fubu gonna gap fill the Feb gap? That'd be cool. I don't think so. Nasdaq's pulling back pretty hard right now, so that's not gonna be good for Fubu. Yeah, Nasdaq slipped the 15,000 support. Why are rates going back up? Money moving into equities? You mean yields? Yeah, yields are probably rising because we have an FOMC meeting tomorrow, and Yellen's selling more treasuries today, or well, T-bills. She's doing what? The 52-week bill and the 30-year bond today. 30 years crested 4% several times in the past few weeks, and nothing bad has happened. It hasn't stayed above 4%. But yeah, it's tapped it a few times. That's, if it moves and stabilizes above 4%, that's 30 years of 4% returns a year, risk free. Well, as close to risk free as you can get, right? And yields at the higher end of the curve moving up and creating demand on like further dated maturities is how the yield curve reverts. Right now the demand, for farther dated securities has been low. This recovery for GME is bullish. No, it's not. It's really not. Like Jimmy sold off after the whole earnings period fiasco, and then people took profit on puts, and it bounced back to where it was before the earnings fiasco. Cohen buying more shares, kind of bullish, especially if the liquidity gets offset in ETFs, right, and starts to generate failures again. Although he didn't, I mean, he bought a decent amount, I guess, not a lot. But there's going to be an effect, right, with retail. Retail will buy more because Cohen bought more, so it amplifies the buy-in. But if it doesn't drive up a lot of FTDs, it won't matter. Iran drones in Ukraine have Chinese chips made in the last 3 months. I mean, they have a lot of fabs. They don't have. They're not making as technologically advanced chips, or as like they're not making like 4 nanometer and 3 nanometer chips, right? But they do have a lot of fabs in China's mainland. Thoughts on? Hold on, sorry, I just lost that. JMac, psychology's so important. Skip tomorrow, big toots, then decide risk-free rate or hold equities at these insane premiums. They have ample bag holders thanks to the bull market narrative. They sell for a huge profit and move to bonds. Yeah, yeah. Eventually that's going to happen, right? That's the trajectory we're on. Personally, I've shifted from bear to bull. I'm curious as to what extent you have shifted. Also, if SLD doesn't produce downside, is that indicative of a bigger move on SPX to the upside? Also, JPOW is going to pause. Hold up. 1 second, man. JPOW is going to pause or skip tomorrow. Do you agree? Not necessarily. I think there's other pressures that weigh on the interest rate decision besides CPI. I think that's It's a very narrow look at what the Fed rate does on a broader scale. There's other reasons to increase U.S. interest rates. It's not all inflation, right? Like getting to a point where we have price stability. A lot of it's, about drawing in foreign capital as well. And keeping US interest rates high means that, foreign capital comes into US markets. The problem with raising rates is the banks and their duration risk. Year-over-year CPI may be 4%, but why does everyone seem to forget that last May was like the peak of inflation? Meanwhile, poors, 95% of everyone, can barely afford to live. So bullish. Yeah, the year-over-year number is a bit deceiving because inflation was so insanely high last year. But I mean, they're just gonna take the data at face value, right? It's like they ignore the fact that PCE is up. They've ignored the fact that PCE is up for the last 3 months, right? I mean, as far as this all goes, I still think that it's massively overbought, and a correction is more than due. It may not be like a market crash, but I think a correction to the downside, because if they want to pump more, they need a correction, right? So if we just get a correction, I can reposition long put positions and uh, prepare for a longer time horizon. I didn't really sell all my puts. They're 4,300s for September. I just wanted to trick the hedgies watching this stream. Uh, in what world would JPOW skip if every other country is raising rates? There isn't one. How close are China's chip makers to ASML's technology? As far as I know, based on like reports about it, pretty far off. They're about 5 to 10 years behind the curve. That's why we put that order in place to keep them from accessing those chips, right? It's clear who wasn't a bear in 2021 these days. I mean, I wasn't a bear in 2021. I was a bear in 2020. Then I got tired of being a bear. Also, the market crashed. It's almost like people are confounding the market and the economy. I mean, they always do. How do you not? I mean, right? The market isn't the economy, and the economy isn't the market, but they're so inherently tied together that you can't ignore the effects of one on the other. Are these SPX pumps liquidity driven? Oh yeah. Yeah. I mean, here. If we go look at our chart of the SPY being blown out, right? Look where like liquidity comes in, right? Right at the bank failure. I mean, literally this is March 10th, right? And then they get the liquidity here the following week from the federal, like the Fed backstop, right? And then big pumps. Then FRC fails, right? More liquidity comes into the system, big pumps. And then right here, Yellen starts lifting the debt ceiling, right? Like the debt ceiling gets lifted and Yellen starts issuing T bills. I don't know if you guys can see that, but I'll try to zoom in a little bit more. Right? Bank failures. FRC failure. Fed backstop. Debt ceiling. But now there's buying and there's buying and there's buying, but there's no liquidity flowing into the system, right? So this is getting massively blown out, and more so than we saw in like November, right, of 2021. This right here, and this is why I was, more bullish in the early part of the year after a big part of why I was bullish in the early part of the year um after October, right? Like I stayed pretty bullish through here. I mean, except for SLD. Um throughout this entire time period, right? Calls were free, if you guys remember. There was no reason not to go long. Many of these bottoms, December's and October's. Um, but this was very healthy, right? Like this kind of this is like a bull market. Inflation was moving down at a steady pace. It looked like it wasn't going to start ticking up. It looked like core was coming down, right? And a lot of that was the year-over-year effect. But yeah, this very early part of the year was actually bullish. Um, and then we had the bank failures. The banks began to crumble under the duration risk. Since then, everything's been fucked. Can't ignore the effects of one on the other. Looks at SPX, looks at the economy. The disconnect is insane. Is it? Is it really? I mean, the economy is like its effects on the market are lagging. So the credit is already crunching. Growth estimates are blown way the fuck out of proportion. It takes time, but it'll catch up. How do we measure Fed liquidity pumps without fancy homebrew indicators? I mean, even for us, we're not going to just rely on that one data source, right? Like, you use on RP, you look at money market flows, you pay attention to the discount window that's open at the Fed and what kind of short term liabilities they have out at at participant banks, and you have to get a pretty broad picture of that data because there's so many different places liquidity can come from, right? What kind of SLD are you expecting this time? Well, with the exception of March and the big liquidity pump, the last three quad witchings, two of them were 6.5% or greater to the downside, with March being the exception. I don't know if we'll get that, but that's possible. This quad witching is huge. I mean, even just shedding the call and short put positioning that expires on Friday is going to be dramatic. There's a lot of it. The NDQ gap from April 2022 has now been filled. I saw. I mean, if you're making margin deposits right now, the decision's pretty easy, right? Everything's super overvalued. Is Upstart going to come down at some point? I mean, it already pulled back most of its pump from this morning, right? Yeah. Yeah, if Nasdaq drops, Upstart will drop. But without the index drop, it doesn't have sufficient liquidity to short it down, right? Maybe banks will get surprise gift money instead of doing SLD, like those videos where someone asks for $5 from a homeless person and gives them 1,000 and everyone cries like an idiot. Is that a real thing? Can you execute a sold put? No. Can we talk about the Fed balance sheet only now being back to where it was in March? At this rate, it will take them 10 years to get back to pre-pandemic levels. I mean, the Fed's basically not shed anything, right? They've been continuing QT, but yeah, due to the bank backstop, they undid a lot of the work that they had done up until that point. I am curious to see tomorrow if they do move forward with a pause, if that means that they're going to more aggressively tackle their balance sheet, because they have to do something, right? Like, there's no question that they have to. If they do nothing in this meeting, the market runs wild, right? And um, we risk hyperinflation. So, and their best tool for taming equities is to increase the amount of quantitative tightening they're doing. So if they go with a pause tomorrow and they increase the amount of quantitative tightening, or they start to unload their MBS, right? The housing market's going to suffer greatly, and that'll drag down a lot of speculation, since so much wealth is tied up in home equity right now. So much of the general public's wealth, and it's a great way to get the poors and the middle class to hold the bag. They don't have a choice about buying them, Bob. What's happening is perma bears are never going to admit they're wrong. They've been buying puts for a year and a half. They've been right for a year of that year and a half. So winning, that's a 66% win rate. So a lot of the MBS bags that the Fed is holding are toxic assets from like 2008 through 2000 or 2012, right? The banks that they took those from have to take them back if they start to unload them. They said last year they were going to, right? And they re-emphasized the point at Jackson Hole, and then they pulled that narrative back in December and said that they weren't going to do anything with the MBS for now because there was already hints of systemic failure in the banks at that point after the multiple 0.75% rate hikes. Right, and that obviously that was realized in March, but the Fed was already aware of the situations with SVB and a lot of those regional banks back in December, and that's what that Senate hearing was about with who was it, the San Francisco Fed chair. So the Fed was aware of the liquidity crisis they were creating for the banks back in 2022, and if they'd started to unload MBS at that point, the bank failures would have been much worse, much worse. What happens if they start to unload MBS? Well, they knock down their balance sheets significantly, but they load up the banks with even more duration risk than they already have. How are calls looking? I don't know. I sold mine already. Not great. I assume you mean positioning. Most of the positioning to the upside above like 43.75 is broken down. It can come back, but for now it's pretty weak. There's support at pretty much every level, all the way down. 43.50 and 43.70 are more significant, but there's a lot of profit taking. So we'll see if the call positioning can support a fairly significant round of profit taking. They're still in the money call buying though. So the intention is to still stabilize. I think Mount St. Funk, I'm not gonna lie to you, man. I think you don't know. If you think inflation's the only economic problem we're facing, I don't think you know dick about the economy. Also, annualized CPI being down 3% month over month, but still being at 4% is not good. You're just weighing year over year averages, basically choosing arbitrary numbers to define the rate of decrease in inflation and assuming that that rate of decrease is going to persist into the future. And all of that is a drop in energy. Have you looked at the actual breakdown of the index? Or are you just talking out of your ass and repeating what you read on Twitter? I've been on a work hiatus. What's up, Gorks Bidet? How far along into the AI bubble are we? And are we expecting better valuations soon? Well, we haven't seen any profits from AI yet, so we'll see how long people keep buying it in the hope that they'll exist. Fubo looking okay to continue past $2. I mean, as long as Nasdaq keeps moving up, it could. I sold some covered calls earlier. Fubo's ETF FTDs. Let's see. The big one is the 3 big days of ETF FTDs are the 23rd, the 26th, and the 27th. Remind bull trolls that even at negative 1% monthly print, it takes 3 years to get back to 2%. That's okay. We'll hold the federal effective federal funds rate at 5.25 for 3 years, right? That'll be super bullish. There's no lagging effects from increased federal funds rate on companies that need credit for growth, right? Right? Quantitative tightening is far worse than rate hikes. Why would we get negative 7% on a rate hike? I mean, even if they do a rate hike, it's going to be like 0.25. Corrections are transitory. I mean, they are. Wait, are you kidding about Nvidia 50-year bonds, or did they actually do that? I mean, that's just so they don't have to pay the fucking obscene interest rates, right? Watch JPOW actually Volcker the market tomorrow. I have no hope of that happening. I have puts, but I'm not an idiot. If JPOW was gonna Volcker the market, he missed the boat last year. But with M2 accelerating, like the M2 velocities just keeps going up, right? And if M2 velocity goes up enough, nothing the Fed does is going to affect speculation, right? So they still need to do something, regardless of inflation. Inflation's still high, right? They still need to continue to address it, but they need to do more to tone down the speculation in the markets. What are your expectations from tomorrow's FOMC? Their pause or 0.25. As far as guidance, I don't know. We'll see what they do. We got invited to lunch with J Pow, J Diamond, and Kenny G. Oh, I hate these fucking now. Will 0.25 take us back to 4,000? No. The rate hike alone isn't going to take us anywhere significant. Do you believe that JPOW is lying? I don't think he's lying. I don't think the bull market's in full swing either. there's no liquidity to keep driving this forever. It just doesn't, the money doesn't exist. And we're not seeing inflation being tamed, not even slowly. I mean, core CPI is still flat, and all of the reductions in headline CPI are from energy. So how is that tamed? It's just energy is just cheap right now. What if energy goes back up? Energy is cyclical, right? Energy prices aren't going to stay low forever. Everybody who produces oil is going to ensure that the price of oil goes up. And then when oil goes up, where's inflation? It's the same. It's the same as it was, right? It's barely down. If oil goes over $100 a barrel again, I mean, I don't think inflation is nearly as tamed as the year-over-year data indicates. You're just choosing to pick a specific part of the year-over-year data, and you're using that as your measure, which is fine. I mean, it's biased, but it's fine. The bull market isn't in full swing because nobody's spending money on stocks. Equity outflows have been pretty consistent for the last 3 months. So retail's getting bullish on the market, but all the institutions are selling their stock. Why? If the bull market's in full swing and inflation's tamed, why are institutions not buying? Why are they not buying higher and getting ready to hold for longer? Where are the leaps? I assume I'll never get any answers to these questions, but I think they're valid. They already don't respect him, Sloppy Poppy. He's lost the respect of the equity markets. Hypothetically speaking, what series of events or news from FOMC tomorrow could lead to a bullish reaction for the markets short to the midterm? No reaction from the FOMC is the most bullish outcome tomorrow. Economic projections may remain in line. They pause, and there's no change to their cycle of quantitative tightening. I mean, I think they do. I don't see anybody going long. Like, how many of you have bought a major tech company? How many of you have bought shares of a major tech company in the last 30 days? Nvidia puts doesn't count. What, in your opinion, would he need to do to regain that respect from the market? He has to create fear. He has the tools to do it. It's just a question of if he uses them or not. I don't trust him, right? I don't trust him to do the right thing. No, I don't even want a CSP tax. Yep. I'm concerned the EU sustainability plan has negative US effect. I just said that. Yeah, if ECB raises rates, it's gonna force the Fed's hand, and the Fed may just react in advance of the ECB raising rates, right? If JPOW approaches the podium with a lit stogie, how bearish is that? That'd be pretty bearish, yeah. If he's wearing sunglasses inside the press conference, I would be concerned. What's the upper range of SPX with current call volume? It seems like it's increasing. A little bit, but still 43.75 is the current top. There's some interest above that, but it's still very volatile. The positions there aren't like locked in, right? But from 43.75 to 43.45, there's a lot of call support. At this point, the Fed's moves only make sense if J-Pow and Yellen are working to force a Chinese default. What, the continued rate increases or the lack of quantitative tightening? They could. If J-Pow went hard on rates, 0.25 June and July, we'd probably see a collapse in the smaller banking structure in China. Yellen legit said it too. What if J-Pow just walks on stage and goes 75 BPS, will not be taking any questions, drops the mic, and goes to the bar? I don't know. He may get murdered by a Wall Street Journal reporter that has puts or calls. I hate that I sound like a super stinker. I mean, you do. Yeah. Actually, I mean, for the past year, fundamentals have mattered, right? And they mattered a lot in 2022. They just stopped mattering after March. But over time, they'll matter again. Haven't you ever heard that in the short term, the market's a voting machine, and in the long term, it's a weighing machine? If JPOW comes to the podium with one of the tourist shirts saying, I love Volcker. God, I hate hypotheticals so much. Do you see GME testing GM? Well, we didn't today, unfortunately. I would very much like for GME to go above GM so I can sell covered calls. But the shareholders meeting is the day after. It's Friday, right? Friday morning. Well, it depends on what hawkish in the pause means, right? If the Fed's going to increase quantitative tightening and pause, that's going to be more bearish than any rate hike they could do. Even if Powell makes a pause at this meeting, there's still a possibility that he raises rates in July and September if further data is coming in hot, right? Yeah. Yeah, it is. It's definitely possible. Fundamentals matter. That's what you sit on a throne of lies. That's what the people said when Tesla was trading at $1,200. That fundamentals didn't matter, right? And then it went to 100. Well, 300, but still, they were based on the previous price. What about far dated put positioning? There's some. I mean, we've seen more of it coming in the last couple days with VIX moving up. Are we chopping today? Pretty obviously. I think once calls get cheaper, they'll try to pump. Unless they lose these levels somehow, but I don't see that happening. And the money calls will continue to come in to sustain prices above like 43.40. They don't want it to slip too close to the collar because then they'll really have to dig themselves out. J-Pow isn't going to come out of the stage wearing deer antlers. It's ridiculous. Doesn't he really need to increase QT? I mean, yes. That doesn't mean he will. What if J-Pow pulls a Ryan Cohen and cancels the FOMC meeting 10 minutes beforehand? That'd be interesting. Thursday at 10 a.m.? Thank you, Jen Jen. How long it could take to bounce back? I mean, that depends, right? Um, there's a lot of factors there. If we're slipping deeper into a recession at the point that a crash occurs, then it could take quite some time to bounce back. Yeah, but returns to mean after crashes have only gotten faster over the years, but yeah, I mean the window could be quite long, especially if the recession's driven by like unemployment or we see a significant devaluation in the housing stock. That could take several years to climb back to the same levels. Is JPEG gonna come out with Bon Jovi living on a prayer blasting and cut rates? Well, a rate cuts the end, right? Then money just goes to bonds. The revolving door between government and civilian side needs to be removed for people like JPOW. How? Like seriously, how do you remove it? VIX picking up a little. Let's see. No, a little bit. I wonder how much of the roll we're through right now. Let me check that. Fuck? Why is that? You said JPOD needs to create fear. Why? Otherwise, he loses control of speculation and we get hyperinflation. Okay, I don't know why this chart's not coming up. Oh, interesting. Well, okay, so CME's. All right, I don't know why that's not coming up. I'm gonna have to fuck with that later. It was like 50% yesterday at close, so probably higher today. I gonna lie, it's pretty awkward that the GME 2023 proxy statement has a letter signed by Furlong. Well, he was the acting CEO at the time. I'm back holding 13 DTE, 4315P. It's down 45% today. Thoughts on picking up a 0 DTE call tomorrow as a hedge? Probably not a bad idea, although the 0 DTE calls are going to be probably very expensive tomorrow. Good to know, Hazy. What do you think matters most to JPOW? Does he want to be liked or does he want to be successful in his mission? Because he doesn't seem like he's done a good job of either at this point. I don't think it's so much about being liked. I think it's attempting to skirt the liquidity crises that he could create by pushing policy forward too hard. He doesn't want to destroy huge amounts of wealth, but he wants to tame inflation, and those aren't really those two goals aren't really in line with one another. you'd need legislation that bans finance jobs from being taken by people who've held these positions, but there's problems with that. Yeah, it's very un-American. Do you think Cat has any more room today? Maybe. It's up quite a lot. Dow's having a very good day. Couple days, actually. Yeah. So it's a little under resistance right now. The next resistance to the upside on Cat is around 250, 251. If Cat falls below 237, well, I guess 240. If Cat falls back below 240, then it's rejected off of the prior trend. I'd imagine at the very least there's some hedging that wants to come in tomorrow for FOMC, so we may see some of the effect of that. The call position on the chain still support a potential pump to 4,400. Provided zero DTEs come in and we hold these levels, yes. If we lose these levels, then no. Right now, the highest amount of call interest is at 43.75. With support at 43.50. So if we lose the 40, well, really the 43.50 support, then the chance of seeing 4,400 today is drastically diminished. Because then even a big zero DT pump in the latter half of the day would only bring us back up to like 43.75. So we'll see what happens. Right now, call positioning is very stable. So unless there's future selling, I think we'll hold. We'll probably hold this level, or between 43.65 and maybe 43.50 on the June contract. And that would be 44.10, 43.95 on the September contract. Sometimes I think JPOW isn't interested in anything but fulfilling his dual mandate: inflation 2% and low unemployment. He might not care about the rest. I mean, they've been actively trying to tackle the labor market, which is finally started to show some signs of weakness. Don't forget that if unemployment comes in up 0.1% in the next 3 months, well, before September, we're technically in a recession, like an official recession. Would a SPY strangle zero DTE be a decent play to have exposure to volatility, since SPX will be expensive tomorrow? I probably wouldn't use SPY. If the moves aren't big enough, then neither side of the strangle will print. But yeah, strangles can be an option. Can you put a stop limit on an options contract that specifies as a stock price instead of an options price? Because I have no idea what the options price is relative to the stock price. Well, the option has its own chart, which you can use, and that'll make all of that a lot easier. But yeah, some brokers have something like that in place where you can set your stop based on the price of the underlying. Not very many of them do, though. I saw a Twitter post saying the Fed's super core inflation number increased quite a bit on today's print, 0.11 to 0.24. Isn't this the number the Fed actually looks at? I mean, the Fed tells us different things about the number they actually look at, but I mean, PCE is up, right? And this total CPI index has moved up consistently. So, yeah, I mean, I'm sure it'll have some effect on their decision. Soft landing, same like recession, aka avoiding stagflation. I mean, I think the goal of a soft landing was to have a short recession, right? Which we never really got. Um, so no, I mean stagflation would be a very long, drawn out recession. There once was a man so refined, his rugged looks truly defined, with bearded jaw and eyes so bright, he stole hearts both day and night. A handsome fellow, financially inclined. Thank you, Barodactyl, I think. You still in your June SPX puts? Yeah. But those are like those are dead, right? Like I still have them because I hedged them. And, I mean I could always maybe sell them for more. But they are dead if you didn't hedge them. I don't want to sell spreads today. Fuck that. That's risky as hell. Gareth Soloway? I don't know who the fuck that is. News of RC going deeper on GME is bullish. Really? I I mean, I don't think it's very meaningful. He's maintaining a 12 above 12% ownership after the dilution that occurred. Multi-billionaire spends less than 1% of his total available capital buying shares. Is not That's not insane. It's not like he doubled his shareholding or anything, right? Fubo broke 213. Top from May 10. Nice. If June SPX puts are dead, what are July 4100s? I have both. I mean, but if you have like a 4100 put for June and you didn't hedge it oh, up to 4200 and then you didn't hedge it up to 4300, like why the fuck would you even still have that contract? If you're not hedging it, what are you doing with it? You're just watching it die? I understand why institutions don't really want to invest in GME. RC not offering any guidance, randomly buying shares, cryptic tweets. I just want my shares to get assigned at this point. I mean, I don't care if mine do, but unfortunately they're currently not at risk. Where do you get volatility data for historic IV? Paid service or broker? Paid service. You can get it from a broker like TDA, but if they catch you, they might sue you. It depends how many requests you're making, but some brokers have open access API, but they very rarely have historical IV data. How do you decide if you sell the whole straddle or just one leg? It depends on how far it moves up or down. If it moves out of the trading range, then I sell the whole thing. If it stays within and gets rejected in like the upper bound or the lower bound of the trading range, then I'll continue to carry the other leg. It also depends on the amount of theta I have. Quad witching facts. SPX average move over the last 3 years from Wednesday open to Friday close is negative 1.19%. If you remove the 3 green periods from the average, the move is negative 2.1%. There have only ever been 2 green quad witching Fridays in the last 3 years. Average quad witching Friday closes down 86 basis points. Okay, cool. That's okay, so since 2020, summer 2020. Yes, Girk, that's literally what most of Pickle Jar does. Over leverage on a bad entry, refuse to hedge, and then overhold hoping for a crash. Yeah, I'm not delusional. I know that. But people need to stop doing that. I can't make them. I don't manage their ports, right? Like, what am I gonna do? I don't care if RC is back. If DFB bought back in, that's a different story. Well, I don't know if DFB is out. Right? I mean, cover call selling is still profitable. SPX definitely testing futures again. Let's see. Yeah, 43.75 still where the majority of calls are. Some profit taking going on this upside move from in the money calls. Out of the money calls, a little bit at 43.80, 43.90. It doesn't look like they've pressured out the 721 sold calls yet. Although they're very close. If they can squeeze them out, that's about it for short calls on the chain. I mean, the collars are going to stay in place, but any reason FUBA is up over 11%? I mean, fucking NQ's up more. There's no news or anything. FUBA's seeing a little bit of covering. I didn't see any news come out. There's an article from Investor Place where Fubo's listed as one of the 3 penny stocks to avoid, like, the plague in June. So that's bullish. In my opinion, we have a proxy war with Russia, China, and Iran are their allies. Taliban is attacking Iran's border because of the water access, and Iran youth are still rioting. China needs money for materials in the open market. The more expensive the money, the more volatility, and their socioeconomic system. Okay. Yeah, China's in a tricky spot. The Fed has a interesting amount of control over not only, durable goods inflation globally, but the amount of liquidity available in the system. What's up, Ending? Nvidia climbing into the SPX chart. It's moving up. If you just want historic IV, I mean, how far back do you need it? Because I think like TDA and Fidelity have it back like a year or so. That was fast as fuck, by the way. Latency is at peak lows. For $3, you too can have a sexy centaur read out your geopolitical shower thoughts. Do you think the goal of some pumpers was to get above the JPM collar so futures buying would allow them to get out, depending on FOMC? It's possible, right? There was definitely a concentrated effort yesterday to get prices above the collar. Like we had about 380 odd thousand zero DTEs come in within like 15 minutes. We pumping? I don't know. This could just fail here again on another future sell off. We'll see if profits get taken a second time. Is RC's 10 million buy not significant enough as well? I mean, it's not. No. It's a statement, but that's really all it is. It's not like it's tying up shitloads of liquidity or anything. It's 300,000 shares. I bought some 4,400 calls for next Friday. I give in. I'm sorry for forgive me, Stock God. Okay. That's fine. Sold cover calls on GME in a responsible fashion. I've sold cover calls once before. I'm so weird, but progress is progress. Okay. I wonder what his average is now. I mean, I think his old cost basis was like $3 or something. And he bought in March 2022 and then again now. So it's probably not a lot higher. 440,000. Who gives a shit? Whatever. It doesn't matter if he's not going to create any profits or give any forward guidance. Right? I don't give a fuck how much stock he buys. I want income, revenue. Create revenue streams and not the NFT marketplace. This is a fucking failure. It'll probably continue to be a failure for the next 5 years. It'll be a failure until they can turn it into the Steam store. If the Steam store doesn't just do it themselves, right? Are VIX Jan 2422C too much theta or too out of the money? Neither. I mean, 20 would be a better target historically, but all right, we're at the upside resistance. There's some calls coming in above 43.75, but still not a lot. 4,400 calls have increased. In the money calls still taking some profits. Not as many as at 43.70. So no big dump of calls. Little pullback maybe. I thought I was expecting some big announcement, but with insiders buying, does that basically rule out anything big for tomorrow's meeting? Probably, yeah. Otherwise, they'd face some scrutiny for buying in advance of a big announcement. So, yeah, probably nothing big. Volume and historic IV are more important than OI, I think, maybe. For what? The VIX 22C has more OI and Jan 24. Does OI play into your decision making on strikes too? Yeah, well, more liquid strikes are gonna have narrower spreads. I prefer to buy below larger amounts of OI if possible. That, well, like on the long side, for example. I think if Activision will beat its next earnings report on August 1st, Should I buy bull call spreads at the money now, or wait and get weeklies a week or two before the report? Hmm. You think Diablo sales are going to be a part of their next earnings? Pre-orders will be. Risky. The FTC blocked the merger again. I think it was yesterday. I have no idea what you're saying, Eileen. Are you off your meds? Took your advice and zoomed out. The yearly chart on GME has a wedge that indicates we break up to 80, 160 range or stay between 0 and 80. For the next couple years. Okay. I had leftover 100C Jan 24s on Upstart, and they're back in the green. Fuck yeah, man. My MIT student, Stefan, he gave me some crystals and some raw water enema tips. Never been better. I don't understand what's being said here. Is this like a bot? I feel like I remember the name from way back when. Can you stop the bleeding, Gurk? No. Full port GME 200 calls. I don't think that contract exists. Nice quick $10 drop, then chop the rest of the day on ES might be cool. Well, at some point we're gonna see some like straddle positions come in, right? I don't know if that's gonna be short ES or nice try, Brett. Well done. Okay, I'm not dealing with people pumping bullshit in here. Weren't you? What were you pumping last time? Oh, now I remember you. Oh fuck, what was it? Sears, right? You were pumping. How's Sears doing, Eileen? Did your MIT student give you Sears as well? Oh, I have such a good memory. I remember our last interaction. You came in here telling everyone they should buy fucking Sears because they were going to resolve their bankruptcy issues and pay out their shareholders. Have you been satiated? Come on, Eileen. I guess I'll wait till July OPEX. Too much that could happen between now and then. Yeah. Eileen's a student of professional waiter Houston Wade. Have you seen the tail risk index? It's absolutely rocketing. Yeah. I said my puts are dead. I didn't say I sold them. Nobody cares about Sears. Bear Stearns, however, is going to print any day now. I didn't call her alien. I said Eileen. Okay, this is insane. That joke would be funnier if my port wasn't bleeding. I'm tired of the insanity. I don't miss Super Stonk. I did B Watts. Eileen is not participating in being called out. Yeah, that's no fun. I'm not opening any positions on the WeBull account right now. I'm transferring it to margin. Which they said takes up to 14 days. We'll find out. $52-week auction at 4.93%. Okay. That's 0.3 up over the prior, right? Roughly. Okay. If you start trading it on Webull, that means margin went through. Would you like to gauge this time frame as well? Well, I figured I could switch it to a margin account and then show people how to trade spreads for income, because people need to stop doing degenerate, stupid shit with their money. Yeah, I haven't banned you yet, Pie Bowler Bear. Don't worry, I'll let you know if I do. I'm feeling called out and I don't like it. I'm calling you out. Yeah, sure. Sorry. When ban Carl? I don't know. You and Carl have the same fate, JT Acula. If I ban Carl, then I also have to ban you. Why? Because I decided that's more entertaining. I am ready. I'm down like 30K the last month selling SPX bear call spreads. Nice. Who said ban Carl? JT Acula. I'm chasing GME now. I sold $23 CSPs. Good move. I don't know. Do you want to buy GME at $23? You don't have a $5 cost basis like Ryan Cohen. You should have let Carl time him out, Visceral. That would have been fair. Carl's here. His new job doesn't require any effort, apparently. How many green weeks have we had on SPX and QQQ at this point? Like total since the history of the index? In a row? 5. Well, this week so far green. SPX hasn't had a red day in 6 months. Well, that's just not accurate at all. I've never gotten past second base in my cost bases. Nice. Hmm. All right, Lawrence, you think oil keeps going up or cut my calls? DT? July 21st. But in them from last Monday. Let's see. MPC, I'm up 80%. Um, Zom's up 34. And Valero is 135. Visceral, you can't just time people out when they suggest you're banning. I can still see it. It's not like you hid it from me. How you been, man? How's Costa Rica? Still selling drugs at the 7-Eleven? With code buy-in, that reduces the chance of big announcement tomorrow. Good spot to sell CCs on this pump then. I sold some 30s this morning when IV was a little up. If IV goes up again, I'll sell some more. I heard something about elevator shafts down. When? Not yet. Ooh, interesting. Hmm. 1 second. Is this gonna fail? Hold on. Okay, where the fuck is that reducing? Just across the board? Net gamma moved down by over half in the last 20 minutes. I guess we'll see if they support it on the downside. It's a little bit of call buying at 43.60 and 43.50. That's some profit taking. Do bear flags on the VIX break up like they do on SPX? How did you buy? Didn't UVXY reverse split? Or not yet? Can you make the SPX go to 3,500 so I can pay off my debts? That'd be cool. Would the insider buys have been scheduled for after the original shareholder meeting date? Wouldn't they just let them go through even though the date changed? It doesn't mean anything. I mean, they'll draw scrutiny if they make a big announcement and they've bought a few days before it. That doesn't necessarily mean they'll be assessed any fines or anything, but scrutiny is always bad. Realistically, they achieved the oil price suppression I think they needed to influence CPI FOMC. So worst case, I'm expecting them to ease off the shorting. Best case, they're done shorting oil. I mean, OPEC's gonna cut supply before summer, right? Probably before July. It looks like it could what, Dork? Sorry, I'm a little behind on chat. So I need some extra contacts. I can't? I must have misread the mod onboarding agreement. Costa Rica's great. Saving 70% of my take home feels a lot better than the 15% I was banking in Carmel. Fair enough. Russia might pull out of the grain deal. Oh, yeah. Last I heard, Russia's losing control of the Crimea Peninsula. That's either gonna cool things down or heat things way the fuck up. Did you see his tweet? I don't think he cares about scrutiny. I didn't see it. What did he tweet? Oh, Jesus. I might have pulled a string in an attempt to get a large company to voice their thoughts on oil over the next few quarters. A company that matters. Okay. I'm referring to the furlong one. I mean, firing your CEO and then tweeting about it's not going to draw a lot of regulatory scrutiny. Yeah, cut off supply, drive up prices to the summer months that people more often drive than fly. Calls on oil. Why are not enough people buying GME calls? Get this fucker above Gamma Max, and then I'll sell you all the calls you want. You know Gherk is behind you, and you have no clue where the fuck he is in chat. Breakdown. It's interesting. There's a lot of gamma falling off the chain. Like bears are going to be very okay with these levels going into FOMC, or bulls are. I don't think bears are too happy with them. I should strangle SPX more. GME cover calls? Dead? No? That's not how that works. Covered calls can be sold at strikes that aren't in the money. If this fucking thing goes to $35, I'm selling $20 calls for fucking 6 months out. If I get assigned, I actually don't give a shit. Gherk definitely works for BlackRock. How would you lower your cost basis $3 in one go without selling deep in the money weeklies? You don't. You be patient and you lower it slowly over time. Could this GME pump be a rug pull setup? Well, GME's like halfway liquid. So there's room for a pump. GM is at 27. If $25 sold calls capitulate, could do some zoomies. Tell BlackRock to pump the market like never before. Sell everything. I'll let him know. Upstart 100Cs are gonna save my port if GPL pauses or skips. I just keep selling $30 cover calls. US 2-year yield rises 4.64%, highest since March 10th. It's a pretty good rate of return. Remind people that SLD is not an obligation for downs. You don't think they learned that over the last 2 months? The likelihood of downside from these levels is greater. We haven't had a risk off in quite some time, and no haircut this month like last. Jimmy's been trolling me for months now, and I'm sick of it. What do you mean? You sold $23 CSPs, right? They're worthless now? Can't you just buy them back and then sell CSPs again? If you had margin, you could sell bear call spreads. Nemi max for GME 2717, which means a high target of fucking what, like 3125 ish. $30 to 31. Well, I guess 29 and change to 31. I'm hearing Neo is making a return. Man, I'm not fucking with Chinese car companies. Chinese car sales are down like fucking 80% or 60% year over year. Tesla investors, I think, may have ignored that data point for the time being, but it'll catch up with them. I figured I'd sell at 22, re-enter at 1550 again. Haha, oh well. Don't worry, if Jimmy runs hard enough, plenty of people will want to short it. Well, look at adding puts on Tesla for September. Can you tell me Gamma Max, please? I think it's trading above it. Yeah, it's still trading at 249.26. It's broken above Gamma Max for 2 consecutive days now. Bear call spreads are amazing. It's like selling cover calls without the underlying stinking up your port. Wait till I tell you about naked calls. What IV level do you think is a reasonable target by Thursday afternoon? I don't know if IV will go up after the shareholders meeting. IV could very well cliff dive after the shareholders meeting, right? The anticipation of the news is always more valuable than the news when it comes to GME. Hey man, what's up, BMG? Mind looking at Hal on the monthly? Yeah, sure. Okay. What about it? I feel like I'm seeing double bottoms that's about to break up, but I could be wrong. Well, uh, oil's recovering a bit, and with production drawdowns in and Russia and OPEC, there's a good chance that we increase oil speculation here in the States. I know it's a little bit against the current administration's policy, but Biden's a bit of an old school Democrat. He likes oil just as much as the Republicans. Tesla investors seem to miss a lot of things most of the time. Yeah, they do. Someone's gonna short it to oblivion once it touches 30. Trust. What? On how? It's about to go burr. I'm about to make some guap. It's like a 5 to 10 year hold. I mean, it might go burr. That'd be cool. But if it goes burr, I'll probably sell it. I did sell it the last time it went burr, so it's reasonable. Fubo continues to misbehave. Really, as someone selling covered calls on it, I would say it's behaving very, very well. What's Gamma Max on Netflix? Fuck. I have no idea. Well, I have to look. Ooh. That's interesting. Delta exposure fell off super fucking hard. Gamma Max on Netflix is 431.67. Huh. So long dated calls sold off. But Gamma moved up. Huh. Okay. Hold on. Someone pulled back a huge position on Netflix. It wasn't you. The dealer Delta exposure on Netflix dropped by about $10 billion since Friday. And it didn't recover yesterday. Put interest didn't increase, though. So maybe someone just exercised? It was a longer dated position. It's very interesting. Gamma Neutral on Netflix is at $364. Hey, it broke down. Oh, did it? Oh, cool. I have a lot of out of the money puts. Nice. Still have to get under 43.50. But under 43.50, there's a lot more price flexibility. I think I'm gonna buy some out the money puts on Netflix. Is that risky? Earnings aren't until July. Just just like 40, 425s? Maybe? Hmm. Okay. I sold at 27, 2.5 years and only 7K loss on 35K invested. Excited to try some CSP, but maybe more cautious than the previous go around. Thanks, Greg. I would have done terrible without your help. No problem, man. Sorry about the loss. That sucks. My how calls are for Jan 2024. I wanted to give it plenty of time, but I thought it would creep to 40 by September. I feel like I was a bit early. Either way, I'm happy with the position. Okay. I don't know if you're too early. I mean, it's less exposed to oil than uh you know, like something like Zom or Oxy would be, but it does have some exposure to oil spot. I think more importantly is there's a lot of bigger planned rollouts through the middle of this year for Permian Basin extraction, right? And obviously Halliburton benefits massively from that. Also, hot commodities, right? Wartime presidents don't lose elections ever, historically, although I feel like popular opinion surrounding wars has changed a bit. That's a quick drop to 4407 on ES1 that I was looking for. Up 7K this week, 5K today. Take profits, take profits. Thanks, man. Nice, dude. Congratulations. I also have rig. Okay, well that's a little more exposed to spot. Man, I can't shake this fucking cough. Any tips on selling bear call spreads? I've been selling decently far out of the money spreads on SPX. Short leg like zero point 0.1 to zero point 0.2 delta, and I've been run over the last few weeks. It's pretty frustrating. Well, I would say that it's best to sell them at peaks, right? Like high tests, and not selling them like directly at market open. I sold some today, this morning, and then bought them back on the drop, right? So especially if you open on a gap up, there's a really advantageous opportunity there where you can sell calls to all the like early morning speculators before the overnight carriers take profits. You can also just hedge them, right? One call can hedge. I mean, depending on the move, can hedge quite a few spreads. Interesting. Options as a strategic investment recommends keeping the spread open until expiration. Well, yeah, because you have the most time to realize profitability. But if you get like a big drop in like if you sell delta, right, versus selling so this morning I sold 375s, right? 375, 380, 4375, 4380, right? $5 spread like at the money on this morning's spike. Right, and then when it drops, you just close it. You're already up. There's no reason to keep it open until expiration. I'm selling zero DTs anyway, but do you think Fubo would hold 2 going forward? I mean, that'd be really cool, but probably not. I think any drawdown in the market will lead to a pretty big decrease in its price. Everyone's looking at these like the fucking the meme stocks and shit and thinking like, oh, these are gonna run forever, but they'll only run as long as the market keeps moving up. If we get like 2 or 3 days of sustained downside, they're gonna get fucking hammered. Yeah, yeah, that's equivalent delta. Thunder 86. Positionally, yeah, you can take the total delta from the position. You don't have to go delta neutral on the like same opposing contract, right? I mean, meme stocks have always tracked the market or tracked VIX, right? They tracked VIX in 2021. They tracked the market in 2022. They still track the market. Their illiquidity and active fund pressure ensure that their betas are high, right? GME had negative beta during the OPEX periods in 2021 because everybody was net short volatility, right? So when VIX spiked, GME would also go up because volatility was being, covered across the market. And so that gave us negative beta. But then in 2022, when participants were net long Vega, it switched, right? Then GME would run when the market ran, right? Because the long volatility positions would be closing out, which allowed market upside, and then you got that active fund pressure working against the liquidity. So GME's beta very positive now. Upstart's extremely positive because it's even more illiquid than GME. Fubo's less liquid than both. Or more liquid. Sorry, more liquid than both. Super hypothetical, obviously, but if a nuke was used in Ukraine, would all market trading halt? Is there a mechanism for full stops in the case of emergencies? Yes. Peach Fuzz, welcome back to Dillionaire, man. Thank you so much, dude. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added if you need me to. Just sorry if you answered, I'm sure. At this point, are all SPY and QQQ puts for June dead? Or is there hope with FOMC and SLD? I mean, they're dead, but there's hope. It depends on so many variables. It's not going to be the same answer for everybody. There's people who have June 16 at 4,300, and there's people who have June 16 at 4,000. Obviously, one of those is going to be a lot better than the other, right? They're both shit right now, but one is definitely better than the other. Chance SPX gap fills today? I don't know. I mean, support came in again. On the low end here at like 43.60. So the long side is still pretty willing uh to buy and protect the one DTE carryover from yesterday, which is at 43.50. So let me try to explain how the zero DTE pumps have been playing out. Maybe this will make a little bit of sense. So in the early part of the day, or like yesterday, especially when we were trading flat, they buy one DTEs out of the money, right? So they start loading up one of these strikes. It'll usually be at the top of our trading range, but out of the money. Right? And then as calls get cheaper throughout the day, then they buy shitloads of out of the money zero DTEs, pump it, right? And then the next day when it falls back to that one DTE level, right? And then they can buy a new one DTE. And then they can, same thing, pump it into the end of the day, right? Over and over. So it kind of like ladders the market up incrementally. That's a little bit of a shift from what they were doing. Like at the beginning of May, up until like the haircut, they were just pumping as hard as they feasibly could and then closing everything. So this is really, I think this is due to the reduced amount of liquidity coming in, especially with the treasury loading back up, right? They really need buyers to come in and support these levels. The call laddering makes sense, but it sounds like they make money on it. Some days not so much. It really depends what strikes close in the money. Sometimes a lot of those zero DTEs don't close in the money, right? Like the one DTE does, but the zero DTEs, it's hit or miss. If they run into resistance, they can get blown up on giant zero DTE positions. And it's happened a lot. But by doing that, they keep squeezing out the dealer short calls, right? So the market makers, selling calls short, right? And by pumping them like that, they're squeezing them out of those short calls, but they're still increasing tail risk because they're still selling puts to get the leverage to do all of this. Yeah, I understand. I have some decent puts near the money with June 2330. So I think I can hold out a bit longer. Yeah, I mean, it sounds like you have time to at least realize like the effect of the FOMC meeting in SLD. If you're pretty close to the money. AI might be in a zone for bear call spreads. I sold some on it at its earnings. Is it kind of collapsing more? Maybe. Eh. I might wait. The only problem with it is it'll probably drop really quick. Right? So you may not get, because the volatility is so high, you may not get a good confirmation. But selling them too soon is risky. I don't think you can sell them super, or at least last time you couldn't sell them super far out of the money because the chain was way too small on the weekly expirations. How are you feeling about today about the VIX backwardation that you were ruminating on yesterday? I wasn't ruminating on it. Mr. Poopy Pants was. And VIX is a little bit more stable today. That'll probably drive up a little bit towards the end of today and more tomorrow as we approach the FOMC meeting. But confidence in an FOMC outcome is going to go up with today's CPI data. How long after the pump is done will downside come in? Once calls start taking profits and people start moving to like short calls. Once volatility starts getting sold on it, then downside. I have some decent puts near the money. Okay, how are you feeling about VIX? Call laddering makes sense. It sounds like they make money on it. Okay, answered that. Another 150 bill short-term treasuries announced for tomorrow and Thursday. Looks like she isn't finding buyers. She sold a pretty decent amount yesterday. I think the other auctions were already scheduled. But yeah, I mean total for this week's about 450 to 500 billion. I guess 450 now that they've announced those at 150. A little harder. It looks like it's a little harder to find buyers on the shorter term or the shorter duration. This is a new strat. Pump the market with afternoon zero DT until some external event causes a massive dip and after hours. But they've blown out liquidity. The discount window is closing, right? So and the treasury is starting to sell. So they need buyers. And so this strategy, unlike the previous one of just pumping for 3 days and then letting it drop, um, this allows them to, breed confidence in the index. And I would say that the positions are still so concentrated that it's very likely one or two entities at most. Like yesterday, that was far too that was far too structured to be multiple entities, right? It was just massive blocks of zero DTE calls just coming in, all within like 15 minutes. What are the odds they do 0.25? It depends what they want to factor in, frankly. They should. If I were them, I would shock the market going into summer when liquidity is reaching its lowest point for the year. And then we can get a late fall recovery through the holiday season. It could shorten any bear market effects. We'll see what he does though. He still has time to do that. There's also a July meeting, right? CPI cooling this month on and energy remaining low buys him more time to make a decision. Maybe I'm too pragmatic on the idea of Putin actually using a nuke, but burning the wheat fields in a ground war versus nuking those fields is vastly different. One degrades the soil for years. Yeah. I mean, I don't think they want to do either, right? If they can capture a wheat field enough to burn it, then uh why not just keep it? Spoils of war and all that. DDS and Levi both having a great week. Calls on calls. Yeah, DDS I'm getting probably pretty close to closing out soon. We'll see if it continues to break up, but it's like at resistance right now, so I'm watching it a little more carefully. So yeah, do you feel like a hawkish pause is overly optimistic? I feel like JPOW already told us he won't let up until inflation is handled. I don't think a hawkish pause is overly optimistic, but I think the idea that a hawkish pause is bullish is overly optimistic, right? I mean, a hawkish pause could come with a caveat that they increase the amount of quantitative tightening they're doing, right? And that's far more impactful than a rate increase would be. What would happen to the Fed's credibility if they did a cut 0.25 BPS tomorrow, then shock in July with something like 75? I mean, I don't think that scenario is likely at all, right? It's also correct to think that cooling, allowing JPOW to not hike, which makes bonds Yellen selling cheaper long term for the government. Yeah, because she can offload them at lower yields, right? So the cost of the debt accrued is less. I mean, she's already attempting to do like keep that down by, selling these much shorter duration T bills to anybody that'll buy them. Do you think it's safe or risky to sell Palantir covered calls? It looks like it's falling. I've sold a few over the last couple of days. Um, there's some risk. If you're selling them in the money, there's always risk. If you're selling them out of the money, it's a pretty decent level. I mean, their profitability hasn't improved much. No one saw Jackson's Hole coming last year. Who knows what we'll see? It's true. I don't disagree, but in a ground war scenario, the wheat fields will likely be blown to bits, but a nuke degrades the soil for a generation, making those fields not viable for reproduction. True. But why would you nuke, like, the breadbasket? If you were going to use a nuclear weapon, you're not going to nuke a bunch of farmland, right? Do you think Russia's too big to restructure when they lose the war and our Putin is deposed? Or do you think we will see some kind of pre 1800 sovereign state split off and self governance? I mean, I think Putin will just stay at war for as long as he feasibly can. It drives economic growth. They ramp up their war machine over time. The longer Putin stays in the war, the longer he can keep it going, the more future economic growth it can drive, right? They'll nuke the cities. I mean, if they use nukes, they'll nuke cities, right? And they blew up that dam and flooded like that entire fucking region, which destroys all the crops, right? You still risk fallout contamination. Russia's experienced with removing the topsoil. They've done it in Ukraine before. What if the US proxy war funding of Ukraine with Russia is actually the soft landing we needed?
I mean, it's generated future returns, but nothing currently. It's good for the defense industry. I mean, otherwise those would have slumped pretty hard. But other than that, there's no real profitability until it comes to rebuilding the Ukraine, right? If you don't play it, I will leave for 3 minutes and then come back. What are you talking about? No. See ya. Satellite photos show Russians dug trenches through Chernobyl and all of that irradiated soil. They don't have a great public education system. Gorky Gorkelson? What? Oh, nice. Cool colors. Big things? Are you showing me big things? That looks like big things. Oh, lame. Okay. Give me give me a link to the new one. Dope. No, the indicator is not called big things. Jesus Christ. Call profitability on SPX, well, forward returns on 30-day rolling positions on SPX have now exceeded January 12th of 2022. Hmm. NQ is starting to fail. Is today the day that NQ finally drops off a little? This shit is so ridiculous. Lower high. I can't justifiably buy more puts than I already have. It's it's ridiculous at this point. We're just talking about call profitability. Does that imply that you can actually make money with calls? Yeah, I mean, well, especially if you bought them at the low of a 30-day rolling period, right? What it tells you more importantly is when profit taking is desirable. So yeah, believe it or not, if you buy calls at the bottom, they go up. So in other words, bull market confirmed. Well, calls deep in the money probably want to take profits. The theory that it was blown up is wrong and lacks analysis of engineers, which is why I'm mostly saying the damage was from bad management of the discharge system during the war, causing silt buildup. It was rigged with explosives. Uh, hmm. Don't you know, pump it up? You gotta pump it up. Don't you know, pump it up? Oh, go away. What were they saying? You think things are going down? Wait, what? All right, I'm out. I was able to spread my agenda and rhetoric on how calls and why everyone should buy them to pump the stock and make me more money. Thanks for listening to my TED Talk. See you later, BMG. Have a good one, man. We're still under the impression that Powell will do 0.25 tomorrow. No, I'm under the impression that Powell should do 0.25 tomorrow. I don't trust him to do that. Get a pack of Zins until the cough goes away. Those things make me throw up. GME $30 win. I don't know. Hopefully soon. I'd like to see it today before SLD begins. When we start to see the caboose juice in the market, is there a way to see TGA refill besides price action? I mean, TGA is refilling, right? I had friends in high school that would gut Copenhagen. What does that mean? Does that mean like swallowing it? Ah. Chewing tobacco is arguably one of the most disgusting fucking habits. It's so much worse than smoking. Like, smoking stinks and it makes you smell bad. But Chewing tobacco is just fucking foul. I had other friends that took fat chews of beech nut and would fling their chaws at the wall. Why are there so many slang terms associated with this? I went to high school in the sticks. Okay. We had at least 8 different names for it. Does this look like it might break down here? What, SPX? I mean, the breakdown earlier recovered. This one doesn't, like, this upside test doesn't look any stronger on the call side, but every time one of these happens, calls are cheaper, right? So the likelihood of a breakout upwards increases. We haven't failed 4350. DIA? Yeah, it's pretty close to its major resistance. It broke through it back in December a little bit. Has anybody taken a look at the other 400 stocks in the S&P, or the other 490 stocks in the S&P 500? That's like not nearly as bullish, right? Here's other stocks. They don't exist anymore. That's the S&P 5. Oh, they exist. They're the other 75% of the weighting. No, but IWM is coming alive. That's not necessarily bullish though. That could also be sector shift, especially because it's coming alive with contracting industrial value stocks. I can't lose money as efficiently in those stocks as GME and SPY calls. Fair enough. Hmm. I've came? Interesting. My GME calls up 32%. My face is going numb. Help. Congratulations. We're above Gamma Max. I should theoretically start selling covered calls now. Yeah. I'll sell out of the money. I'm not gonna be greedy yet. I know. I'm watching DDS. I mean, yeah, right now it looks good for 380. At least 365. There's some resistance there. I mostly wanted to just keep pushing up, but I'm gonna probably put a trailing stop on it soon. Sell us your CCs, Girk. We'll buy them. Okay. I've got some that are gonna probably fill here in a second. But so S&P 500 isn't just 10 stocks weighted at 5x. Believe it or not, no. Would you sell SPX spreads again at a test of 43.75? Riskier in the latter part of the day. Calls are cheaper now. Is this rise possibly due to T+2 from RC's purchase? There's call interest on GME today, and there's some covering going on, which means either short calls are pulling back or puts are closing. So those things are good. Our liquidity, though, is almost at the level it was at like March earnings. We're pretty close. So there isn't a ton of upside room, but there's a little bit. If you think GME just goes down or trades flat for OPEX? I gotta imagine this price action might drive some hedging. I'm asking because I bought calls today and can't realize 50% profits lest I risk GFEs. Um, like I said, it's still got a little bit more room on the liquidity front, but not a ton. So you might have a couple more days. I mean, with the amount of liquidity realized through earnings, I don't think that it's gonna have like an OPEX event. Why is BBBIRQ not moving with the market? It's not part of it anymore. Tesla's still crashing to 100 again? No, it did that the first time I shorted it. This time, probably more like 140. Fucking Tesla bulls. Yellen says should expect slow decline in dollar as reserve currency. Nice. Bullish statements from a bullish lady. Should some GME 27s this bought some GME 27s this morning, sold a couple to cover my cost basis already. Time for the gravy train. Nice. My shorts never closed tattoo agrees. Shorts definitely closed. SPX breaking down here? Maybe. 1250. Calls are getting cheaper. If it does break down and we get another round of profit taking here, um, look for support at 43.65 because there'll be some. This is MOASS. What is? GME trading at levels it hasn't seen since 2 weeks ago. There is no MOASS. GME might run one day. Like, it's not going to run that far, but it'll run enough, and then people will be like, that was MOASS. No MOASS, but RC is showing us the bottom. RC is far from a experienced stock trader. The fucking dude bought Apple at like 150. You messed up Dork's message. He said shill, and then he spelled shill. As far as I know, he's still holding it. He still bought it at like a local high, and then sat on it underwater for a year. He also bought Wells Fargo and then sold it at a loss. If RC knew where the bottom was, why didn't he buy at 16? Buy and hold sounds good if you're not a trader. You lose money over time, though. On a diversified portfolio, you lose to inflation. So there has to be some trading, as you put it in quotes. Do you think DVN takes a slight dip after tomorrow's ex-div date? It could. Yeah, it could have a small dip. It's already pretty undervalued, but yeah, they might price in the dividend. Bear put spread on AI. It's still a little risky. Nice, man. Yeah, cash accounts can be useful for managing, having to like worry about PDT. Later, B Watts. Upstart July 21 20p would like a refund. Okay. Have you talked to your broker? Why the fuck do you still have that? Like, you bought a 20p when it was trading at 25, and then it went to 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, fell back below 30, then went above 30 again, and you're still holding it? What the fuck? Yeah, close to expiration. It depends on how underwater they are. If you get within like a week of expiration, you're probably gonna get assigned though. Devarama. You ever trade futures? Occasionally. Couple times a week. I might buy Dole soon so that I can sacrifice myself to the pickle jar The drop will be insane. Oh, awesome. No, Dole apparently doesn't ever go down. You know, I think AJ bought it and it stayed up, which is impressive. I don't know if you have that kind of influence. Price target for Nvidia in 2 years, $150. That's not a diversified portfolio, Nexus. That's just one stock. Check DMs. What is it? Ooh, fun. So we get a rip to the upside? Yeah, or rejection. Yeah. I'll buy a 0 DTE straddle. Hmm. We need a big fucking sell off to break down through these calls. Did you grab 4,400 moon tickets just in case? No. You let me back in that Discord, and I'm gonna be a bull in a china shop. Unless you let me in tomorrow, and then I'll be cordial. Who is that? I don't even know who you are. Are you American Bandstand? I'm not letting you back in. Chances for a 25 BPS rate hike tomorrow now stands at just 5.8% after today's CPI announcement. Cool. I'm gonna just let you know that the CBOE like Fed rate tracker thing has never been accurate. It makes a lot of approximations and its prediction for possible outcomes. Do the pumpers have any incentive to pump through SLD? Possibly. I don't know. I mean, like the problem with that is that the pumping isn't very good at combating sell-offs, right? If there's actual sell pressure, then all of their positioning is very short dated, right? And it breaks down, and they're super exposed to volatility on the downside because of the short puts. So they'd have to pump real fucking hard, and with what money? There seems to be this idea that all of this is infinitely repeatable. How's call versus put interest looking on SPX and NDQ? I mean, all of the at the money shit is just calls. There's really not a lot of put interest on the chain. 43.70, 43.50 have some puts, but mostly at this level. It's really such a perfect setup for a huge dump tomorrow with a hawkish Fed. I just don't trust JPOW to be as hawkish as he should be. I don't either. It's okay to read into the hype surrounding a pause as the perfect opportunity to blindside the market and collapse their positions, or pure hopium. Hmm. There's definitely some hopium. I think positionally the upside looks weak. As far as the macro goes, I don't think that's unlikely to influence anything. I don't think Powell's gonna do what needs to be done. I'd be very surprised if he did. Is Docu running out of momentum, or could it still go to 60? I mean, it's been kind of failing since earnings. I don't think it looks like it's gonna go to 60 right now. I would say probably headed back, continued to head back towards 50. Mr. Golds, why did you ban me both on the Discord and YouTube? Oh, I don't like you. Can you please take a look at Rocket when you have a moment? I bought an ungodly amount of calls that are up. I'm wondering about the upper range for this week. RKT? Interesting. Okay. I mean, you're at resistance now. Um, volume's declining a little bit. There may be some profit taking on a pullback here. It's there is still a little room to $10, but it may not break out into that higher range without, probably a more significant index move. You guys are missing out the GME squeeze. How? It's right here. It's not squeezing. It's just up. Chances GME keeps this run going. Asking for a friend with a lot of deep in the money covered calls. It can still go to 29 or 30. 29.80, 31.25 is roughly the upside range. It'll depend on how many short calls capitulate. If the larger part of the short call position stays in place, it probably won't do a lot. But if they continue to capitulate, then it's got like $3, $4 of room to the upside. Spy triple top? Sure. I guess the question is, are we actually seeing capital inflow into equities right now? All we can see is post-dated data at the monthly level, right? No, I put the Refinitiv report in the Like the capital flows from last week's Refinitiv, so we're a week behind on capital flows. I'm sure that more liquidity will come in if the Fed pauses. Apology not accepted, Mr. Gold. Have a good life, man. Don't disparage the upside. You know it takes that personally. I know. Maybe this is JPow's plan. Lull the market into a false sense of security, then slam his big peepee down on the podium. I'm starting to think JPow might not have the big peepee we all thought he did. Is it in his interest to try and reduce the value of equities if he wants to reduce the amount of money sloshing around in the system? Yes. So, you know, they say they don't care, but they actually care quite a bit about the equity markets as it pertains especially if capital starts to leave money markets and fixed income and move into equities and speculation drives up, right? Because then they have all the problems of 2021 repeating themselves and we haven't fixed them yet. I just want to thank Gherk and this chat for reinforcing my strategy of buying low and selling high on GME. It's not a bad one. There's usually a decent enough lag time that it's pretty easy to get in there. Make $400 CC premium on 500 GME shares in a week. Shill for life. Nice, man. Does the SPY triple top usually lead to uppies or downies? Triple tops over the last couple of weeks have largely broken up. I mean, we're still testing that resistance repeatedly, right? And zero DTE calls are only getting cheaper on each test. 30-year just went for 3.9%, allotted to 33.99%. Huh. That's interesting. Any chance SQQQ hits 30 in the next few months? Possible. SQQQ has to go up. Let's see. I don't know how many months you have, but let's see. It's at 20 right now. So you need to see a drop. Well, you don't actually. You'd probably need to see like a 5 or 6% correction. And NASDAQ. Which it's not impossible. It has to be continuous is the problem, and we haven't had especially for the leverage funds, we haven't had like continuous downside on any of the indexes in quite some time. 1 or 2 days and then it bounces back. I'm starting to think the pickle jar has more influence than we think, and the pickle basket is running today. Tomorrow we find out who has more tea, J Power, Carl. I think it might be Carl. I know for sure and personally, JPOW does not have a big PP. Hmm. Interesting. Has JPOW been actually cucked by Yellen? A little bit, yeah. So now he's got to be the asshole, right? I think the JPOW is saying Fed would go dark, and then members coming out saying Skip is super sus. The moment these guys open their mouths, they destroyed what was left of fragile credibility. Yeah, I mean, generally the vice chair, who's the one who suggested the skip, is kind of the mouthpiece for all the like bad things that the president actually wants to say, um, and a test of the market's reaction to their statements in the future. All the other Fed presidents came in with a 0.25 hike during their round of speeches, um, except for two, right? Who called a pause being possible. How are your 12,000 calls doing? Are they green? No. What causes SPX up, VIX up? Put buying, calls closing too. Short calls closing. I see bulls suggest core CPI is only held up by shelter costs, which are coming down, and thus inflation may already be under control. I disagree, but is there any merit in the idea? I mean, shelter costs aren't coming down, not quickly at all. That has to do with looking at different data sets, right? If you look at like Zillow, sure, but if you look at like well, if you look at Zillow, no, and if you look at like signed leases, then yes. But they're not coming down quickly enough, right? And so core is staying flat. Consumer prices aren't dropping on anything. PCE index is up, right? And then the only reason headline is down is because energy is cheaper. So much money flowing out of the market. Can't you tell? Yeah, I can. Do you think the effects of that are immediate? What's up, Glider? Chiropractors are still fun, in case you're wondering. How you been, man? Isn't a pullback needed at this point? Everything overbought and less risk reward the more this goes on. Yeah, I mean, I think like from a technical stance, a pullback is likely. Like, but I don't know how much of a pullback we're gonna get. Right? If bulls are gonna come in and support these levels, we may not pull back hard. Right? That's the gift of liquidity that the zero DT pumps are praying for. If they don't, if they remain cautious, right, and we don't see any softening in the breadth, and it continues to get worse, then these positions become more and more unstable. Yeah, no problem, Charlie guy. Was that a reverse head and shoulders where How about 100 BPS drop into the end of the day? I think it'd be funny if we close under the collar. It's possible, but we still have to break 43.50. Do the MMs just own everything at this point? Yeah, dealers are very net long. I'm pretty sure I posted like the COT ratios for futures, but yeah, dealers are net long right now. So market makers are holding a lot of bags, um, which isn't a good thing as you approach expirations, especially big ones like quad witching. But yeah, there's the equity funds are still net negative, so net outflow. Fixed income money market's still moving up. So big money, or smart money, still not going long, right? So I mean, prices are going up on derivatives. A lot of all of this is derivative driven. So we're getting a lot of like realized vol on very short dated positioning. Why would you sell deep in the money cover calls and not get assigned? I don't follow the math where it's profitable if called. Thanks, just confused. Well, because if the price drops, then it is, right? You're selling delta. So if the delta of the contract decreases over time, so if Jimmy runs to 32 and I sell a $25 call, right? And I'm collecting a premium of, let's ignore extrinsic value and say just $7, right? If Jimmy drops to 28 while I'm holding this contract, regardless of the amount of theta it has, the contract is going to lose, roughly $4 of that value, right? And so that's $4 profit per share. Does that make sense? The problem is what a lot of people do when they're doing this is they're selling like short dated in the money CCs, and they don't have the capital on hand to buy them back once they're profitable. So basically it allows you to sell the top without selling your position. You got to keep your position because you can buy the call back. Do you think the market will drop hard if there's a rate hike tomorrow? I think it would be a surprise to what is currently priced in. And then if we move down into territory where sold puts are significantly at risk, then yeah, it could get ugly. Did you say you were going to trade income strats on WeBull after margin approval? Only. People get too fucking wound up and trying to ghost SPX 0 DTEs. And I'm tired of hearing everybody cry about blowing up their ports. What's the short answer on who dealers are? Dealers are the market makers. There's no short answer. It's just the answer. It's just another term for market makers. I mean, 30-year auction up, but I'm surprised at it sounds like they didn't get nearly what they were expecting on the issuance. Let me look at the report real quick. Because I've only heard what came in from chat, so. Let's see. So, auction results, 30-year. Looks like median yield 3.839. Tendered 45 billion with 18 million accepted. Okay, so they hit their goal on it. High yield 3.908. So, like a 0.15 increase over the previous. I thought blowing up ports was the fun part. No, the fun part is having money to blow up. Consistent, reliable money that you can then blow up without affecting your quality of life. People don't seem to understand the importance of it, so leading by example seems key. How would you drink their tears to replenish your dehydrated centaur body? I mean, I'm still gonna gamble 0 DTEs, but with margin. Above 28.31, nothing stops GME till 40. I hope that's true. Why did RC buy 443,842 shares? He's trying to tell you something, JC. And to think, if I just full ported Dole 8 months ago, we wouldn't have to care about any of this. I just had a circus peanut for the first time in 30 years. They're still awful. I don't even know what the fuck a circus peanut is. Thoughts on Upstart continued run? I'm so up right now that I don't know what to do. I actually averaged down and got pretty much the bottom. Okay, nice. It could. I mean, there's not a lot of call interest to the upside anymore. Liquidity's been contracting, but it hasn't realized any effect because indexes are still moving up. I think if indexes do move down, it's going to drop fast. So be careful. There's some call support at 30, some more at 25. He's trying to tell you to DRS book or what, I don't know what it's called. Whatever they're on about now. Jimmy's going back to 180. Trust me, bro. Just trust me. No. Orange sponge candy? Ew. Okay, I think I know what you're talking about. Well, I already have a lot of NVIDIA puts. Why do I need to sell the Upstart? Have we looked at how shortable memes are on these pumps? Are shares being recalled? Possibly. I mean, to some degree, that's definitely possible. Could be that they're just getting crowded out of their ETF liquidity. I'm just trying to figure out what the DD is gonna say it means, JC. I've never been anti-DRS. I don't give a shit if people DRS. I just think it's stupid. Upstart deserves an honorable mention, trading almost 3x from its low. I know, I picked it. You don't see is but if you subtract what? Considering selling CCs in the money 25.27 for July 28th or August 18th. Are you? Right now on GME? Do you have a GM on Fubo? I mean, it probably doesn't really have one. All its strikes are at the bottom of the chain. $0.50. Hmm. Interesting. Okay. I'm just wondering if this is gonna break down again. I'm not DRS at this point. I have no issue with it. There's a lot of tinfoil in these hidden messages as DD. I just like buying GME and making money. Nice. I like that too. I don't like all the other nonsense and drama and over exuberance. How are you approaching CCs on GME at the money? Well, I'm not selling them at the money right now. I'm selling them out of the money. With the market pumping way above the green zone on SPX, well, the green zone moves up as positioning moves up, right? The upper bound of the green zone yesterday on SPX was simply where the upside positioning was. That's changed, right? They pumped, and now there's more calls at the money and above. And the longer we spend here, the more sold calls are going to come in out of the money again. that's going to put some downward pressure on the price action. And then we have the JPM collar, which isn't at the money, but it's close enough that we could fall below it. Are those big shorts still in Upstart? I mean, yeah, Upstart's last reported short interest was still pretty big. I mean, some of them got blown out, obviously. Any shorts that came in at like $15-$20 probably got blown out, but that doesn't mean they didn't come back in at the top, right? They can close and then short again, and they can average down their shorts as well on the upside. So I don't think until credit rates stabilize, and we've cleared any risk of a credit crunch, that Upstart's going to have a return to its profitability from 2021. So I still think there's a decent amount of time. High PT for Fubo on this run. I don't know. It's just like blowing off some steam with the active fund pressure. I hope it goes up a lot, frankly. It got shorted really, really fucking hard after its last bounce. Jesus Christ. I want to thank you for everything you've taught me. I hope you have a great life too, man. Grateful to have met you. Oh, fuck off already. A whole lot of volume on SPY to go sideways. Didn't you say something in Discord about effort versus price action rule? Yep, I did. Like I said, I haven't closed my puts. I just want to say thank you for all that you do here. And with that said, this constant market pump is for the fake birds. Thanks, Jay West. It's ridiculous and wildly overextended, but it's still there. Oh, Jesus, we got a super stonker in here. Hello, super stonker. Do you see SPX moving the 43.90 collar tomorrow on bullish sentiment? 43.20? Oh, the smaller collar at 43.90? Or do you think that could serve as a hard resistance? I mean, it takes quite a bit of effort for them to get above the collars. 43.20 took quite a lot. And they have to make sure that they move far enough above the collar that they don't fall back below it, right? Because if you fall back below it, then JPM sells off the futures that they bought to hedge the upside, which means even more downside. So yeah, I mean every collar to the upside is more and more difficult, right? Volume on GME has been consistently picking up the past 5 trading days, along with improved price action. RC buying in, not much, but it's honest work. Feels bullish moving forward. Okay. If GME Gamma Max jumps tomorrow, do you close all the CCs that are below that price? I assume it won't happen, but curious on the strategy. I mean, the only thing I've sold today are 30s, so I don't think GME Gamma Max is going to jump above 30 tomorrow. But yeah, I guess I would if it did move up to 30, I might close some. Probably not. I think 30s. I'm okay with that level. If it tests 30, I can just buy an equivalent number of calls, right? Like I don't ever need to close the covered calls. I can just leave them open, roll them. Last time RC bought was March 22nd, 2022. I know when he bought. And I know that we're approaching June OPEX. I'm well aware of all the conditions. Believe it or not. I fucking love it when people repeat shit back to me about GME that they learned from me. I don't listen to Enya. How far out did you sell them? July 21st. On a limited 401k pick, would you just go to short-term government bonds at 5% at this point? I mean, you're guaranteed 5% returns. A Fubo not going to be a penny stock for much longer. I really hope not. But right now it is. Are you Zenish for OPEX? Yeah, pretty much. It's fun seeing people bullish on Fubo and Upstart. I'm not not bullish on them. I just don't think they have like a lot of range, right? Fubo probably has a bit more range than any of the rest of them because it's the most contracted out of the three. They shorted the fuck out of Fubo the last time it hit $2 and had almost no effect on the price. Did you ever consider that you can buy call options on Jimmy to get more leverage? Yeah, I know that. Okay, Brandon. Well, if you find out anything, let me know. Could the JPM collar roll up and then bring the bot puts closer to us? Yes. I don't think it's. I mean, it's not going to roll up till the end of the quarter, right? But if it rolled up and spot was higher, then yeah, the bot puts would come closer to the money. All I hear is us dropping some LSD soon. Not really my thing. Sometimes I sounds like we fill our gas tanks $5 at a time and ask you what you what do you do when your full tank consumes more than $5? Hey Gork, did you see the DD on SS about how to properly exit during MOASS? I forgot who wrote it. I guess it doesn't matter because they banned the shill anyway. Yep. Is there any chance JPOW does greater than 0.25 tomorrow? Can you explain why? They could on softer forward guidance. If they were to, then it would be to get the rate hikes out of the way for the year. So if they were to do a hike like that, it would be into I think almost guaranteed into a pause. Or not even just a pause, but a completion of their planned rate hikes. Would you pull Upstart August 1750 CCs in to get assigned to get out of the position sooner? You could, yeah.
if you need like the liquidity. That's one way of doing it. Stock God's got an elephant memory on GME's history. I mean, I did nothing but live and breathe GME's price action every single day for 2 years, right? Two and a half now. Real talk, if I get assigned via CC, I then get assigned via CSP, does that count as a wash if my CC was a loss overall? If you sell the CSP with less than 30 days to expiration, then yeah, you could get a wash. Unlikely, I mean, but you could get a wash. Are you gonna try to claim the loss? And really, that's gonna boil down to like, are you gonna try to claim the loss? If you're gonna try to claim the loss, are you gonna get audited? Even if you got audited, I mean, you sold like a 30-day CSP, right? You very unlikely that they would be able to get you for a wash sale, but I guess potentially brokers don't keep track of it. Um, Even though they say they do in their documentation, they actually don't report any of that information to the IRS. So unlikely, but I mean, obviously, speak with a accountant or a certified CPA, because I'm not one. Expecting any sort of OPEX next week? I'd hate to sell CCs into one, the shareholder meeting, two, OPEX. Well, I have a lot of CCs I have to sell, so I need to start earlier because there's fewer and fewer buyers nowadays. The OBV on GME is the highest it's ever been. Jesus fucking Christ. Do you know what OBV is? Thanks, Tegrity Investments. You ever heard of the trading strategy by A. Nelprober? It's pretty deep and in-depth analysis. No. You could DM me the link. I'll look at it. What's the ticker for an artillery shell company? General Dynamics? Shows up in front of a mission accomplished banner. Girk, did you know if you buy both puts and calls, it's called a straddle, and you can make money if the underlying moves up or down? Yeah, I'm aware. Oh, Jesus Christ. No thanks, JC. I have CCs on Fubo with a 623 date that are close to the money now. My cost basis is around $1. Best to take the premium and buy CSP when it drops in price. I mean, if you want to wheel it, yeah. That's how you would wheel it. Sitting on some Jimmy 616, 2950s, up 300%. Would you sell or wait to see what happens? You can scale back, right? You can scale back some profits and then leave the rest to run.
Not you have to wait 30 days to sell a CSP. You just have to sell a CSP with more than 30 DTE to expiry. That way your intent is to avoid a wash sale, right? OBV is how the cool kids say obviously. GME going up on negative earnings per share. Yeah. Hype's a thing. Did you know that selling cash secured puts is a bullish position? Why is everyone doing this? Thoughts on this Fubo run? I don't know if you already commented on it, but it seems like a lot of volume. Yeah, it's decent. That's kind of cool. Fubo's seeing some covering. We'll see how much covering it sees. I can't be. I mean, I'm maxed out on my position allocation for it, so. I'm not going to buy any more. Did you nuke the WeBull port? No, I'm transferring it over to a margin account. So it's position close only right now. They said it's like 14 days, I think. It's been 2. If your position wasn't full, would you buy more Upstart now? At these prices? No. Also, I sold half my Upstart. So technically speaking, I could double down on my current position, but I'm definitely not gonna do it at 35 fucking dollars. Good for you, guy who's bored. Do you know if you own 100 of a stock, you can sell covered calls against that position? Ah, oh, fucking Christ. Yeah, I was being sarcastic. Did you do more research on the WeBull change and found it's not an issue? No. I mean, they still haven't offered any futures products, right? So it's still an issue. But I was gonna convert it to margin regardless. The account needed to be scaled back and switch to margin anyway. I did. Sorry, I meant would you get more Fubo? I mean, at 2, two's not a bad price. I mean, the CEO is still buying at like 3, right? So you're significantly under that. How long would GME need to stay above GM for things to get bullish? And staying above GM doesn't make things more bullish. The thing that makes things more bullish is calls coming in out of the money and raising gamma max. Remember when AMC was over $70? Yep. Remember when GME was 350? Yeah, I mean sometimes you'll see IV move up into things like corporate events or shareholder meetings. Anytime there's a chance for an outcome, right? You're gonna see IV price in the uncertainty of that. I sold 5 of my 35 contracts and covered 75% of my cost basis. Thanks, dude. Nice, man. Congratulations. All joking aside, stops were the best lesson. Thanks, G. Thanks, Jason. The 2-year, Jesus Christ, it's doing some stuff. So is the 10-year. Hmm. They keep pushing this to the upside, but out of the like 43.75s aren't increasing still. Don't forget they can come in all at once, but um I'm still not seeing any like I've actually seen them reduce. They've reduced in size a bit. At the money calls are staying elevated. 43.75 especially. Why are yields ripping? I mean, it could be that liquidity is moving out of like bonds into the equities, right? There could be other reasons too. I mean, economic growth generally, but we don't really have that right now. Uh, so like higher inflation expectations are kind of out. Credit demand could be liquidity demand, right? There's demand for liquidity. Maybe not that liquidity is being satisfied, but that there's demand for liquidity in the credit markets. I was just to know when to sell my 15C Yangs if we can't see your positions. The time to sell them was when they were up. I don't have those anymore. There is a really great book I think you should check out sometime. It's called Technical Analysis of the Financial Markets. Did UBS downgrade Apple? Yeah, apparently. From buy to neutral. I wonder what else UBS will downgrade now that they've picked up all of CS's bags officially. That doesn't seem bullish. Nothing does. What do you make of UFO whistleblower? I mean, like, they just come out and they're like, we totally have evidence of these things, and then there's no evidence of the things. So I'm gonna go with there's no thing. It's not like the military doesn't hire crazy people. SPX quadruple top. Did you know that instead of just watching your port as the market moves against you, you can buy an opposing position to take advantage of it? Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Alright, that's enough. I'm right here. Oh, 1 second. Okay, now I'm back. I'm probably going to exit a decent chunk of my IEP and allocate into a longer term oil play. Nice. That sounds fun. SPX has become so boring now. Yeah, the intraday is a bit unfun. There is an FOMC meeting tomorrow. Bullish on Moderna. What's the bull case? What do you think will happen with oil prices over the next few months? Well, OPEC's already said that they're cutting back production starting in the beginning of July, right? Strategic oil reserve demand remains high, but at lower prices. Russia's been scaling back production for some time now. And we're hitting peak demand season, so I would say that there's a fairly good chance that we see oil prices rise into the end of the year. I'm personally targeting like 86 to 90 a barrel, which might be a little bullish, but the wire is amazing, Veronica. You're trying to get on my good side? Patent infringement lawsuits? Wait, that's the bull case for Moderna? Second pandemic. That'd probably be good for them. Jimmy dying here? Probably. JC, I love The Wire. Veronica was saying bullish things about The Wire. No, we're not friends. If you stop getting all hopped up on Adderall and writing in all caps in the chat, maybe we can be friends then. No, I still don't like Seinfeld. That's actually garbage, JC. Yeah, the consolidation here could break down. Here's the problem. If the consolidation breaks down, is it going to break down or is it just going to recover at 4360 again? Favorite sitcom? Hmm. Have you ever seen Peep Show? Now we're gonna talk about TV for 2 hours. Brett, you live for this shit, all right? Yeah, I've seen In-Betweeners. But as you get older, children acting like children becomes less entertaining or funny. Like you know all those like epic party night college movies? Those are just stupid when you're an adult. Or like an older adult. Like super bad. Or what was that other one where the Asian guy glues the bear to his taint? Um, I watched another couple episodes of Taskmaster, and I hate game shows. Also, some of the people on the show that aren't Greg Davies aren't funny. But I like his new like Netflix or Amazon Prime show. I think I finished watching Barry. I didn't like the last season. Why can't we hear you? I'm not saying anything. I'm eating olives in my turkey sandwich. Well, Gamma dropped by 2/3 or 66%, but it's still very high. The positive Gamma. Is the end, the one where they're like at a party and the world ends at James Franco's house? Yeah. Okay, I think I've seen that. Yeah, Gamma Max is 27.17. It looks like it's fallen back below it. Are my SPX 4000 puts 0 DTE safe? I don't think they could lose any more value. This is the scenario you spoke of earlier today where they dropped the price and are now loading 1 DTEs. Now, the price is down, but not as low as it was earlier today. So I'm going to go with no, they loaded them back here. I can actually tell you if you give me a second. Hmm. Yeah, they loaded the 43.75 strike for tomorrow. Mm, not so much for Friday though. Hmm. I would say long calls. We've now seen the market pull back, and we're ready to test 4,500. Yeah, we're still seeing interest pick up and in the money calls on the drop. Do you have an opinion on plug? Not really. It's been a long time since I've looked at them. I remember them not being a very good company the last time I looked. I don't know how they're doing nowadays. Could you whisper crash into the microphone? Do you think that'll make it crash? Ooh, interesting. Are these positions breaking down, or are they just buying more 4370s? Both. Bulls are trying to fight. Yeah, they are. Net gamma's back up, so bounce. At least a small one. That doesn't mean it's gonna have any volume, but we're not gonna break down here. Every evening I look to the west. Every morning, market go up again. You think it'll end? Who thinks this is the natural progression of a bull market? If you zoom out and look at the wicks, you can see there are two breakout failures in a row. Yeah. My only issue with that is they weren't really buying any out of the money calls earlier, right? They were just sitting on the positions that were already open. I would love to say spicy SLD, but what margin deposits if they're getting credits? SLD almost a meme now, so I wouldn't bet against false positives, downs. I'm asking you to take profits in these non-volatile, volatile times. So SLD happens 18 times and realizes downside, with an average over the last 3 years of negative 119 BPS, right? According to CMIL earlier. Or was that just, I think that might have just been quad witching. But SLD doesn't happen 1 month because it happened a week following a DTCC haircut. And you assume it's dead forever? You're a very flighty person, Bandstand. Very flighty indeed. Ah, there's my phone. Okay. Well, that was actually nothing. Everyone's always so polarized in their opinions. It can't just be a pump. It's got to be a bull market. SLD doesn't happen once. It's dead forever. It's ridiculous. Why don't you just think about what causes SLD? Think more about the mechanics behind it instead of just buying 3 DTE puts and praying. Nice, Dork. They supplement margin for derivatives, but they're mostly selling for credit, so no deposit. That's not how it works when you're buying with money you don't have, right? Those are naked puts. You're aware of that, I hope. No, it's not caused by thalidomide. Will you ever own a winery? No, I don't think so. Three DTE? Who gave you the password to my IBKR account? I know what the mechanics are, but can you let everyone else know? The SLD period sees sell-offs based on the amount of options interest is on the chain for OPEX and the amount of margin needed by participants with who are carrying uh, the risk from markets they have made. There wasn't a lot of downside during March SLD. There was a lot of volatility, but no actual downside. The Fed also injected an obscene amount of liquidity into the market. Because a lot of folks are here whining and, geez. Thanks, Morty. Somebody's spamming the sell button pretty hard, yeah. Given Jimmy's massive run over the past few days, could this be early OPEX? You mean since it tanked overnight and then came back to the same price? I mean, it's OPEX in the sense that liquidity is being realized. Although the majority of that liquidity was on the sell side. Will this be the biggest buy the hype, sell the news if JPOW gives rate hike? What if he doesn't and it still sells off? There's still support here. It has to break down below 43.50. If it breaks down below 43.50, short-term bulls in shambles. Above 43.50, short-term bulls are fine. I know where the 5 years at. God damn it, Gordon. The 2 years are creeping up to 5%. I kind of want to go all cash and just buy treasuries soon. How can I do that and float gigantic SPX short positions? I can't. Trapped by my own hubris. I foiled myself. That was funny. Fuck you guys. Check out the 30-year so fucking hot. What's a huge bris? Well, when you spell it that way, it would be like a large foreskin ceremony, foreskin removal ceremony of the well, I guess Orthodox Jewish faith. No, brisk is an iced tea. I know I'm watching it, Dork. The 20 year is almost at 420. Hugh Brisket is a good joint. Almost all Jewish denominations have a bris for newborn males. Yeah, but it's not like an actual, right? Like they do that at the doctor's office nowadays for the more reformed. You never answered any of my questions earlier, Mount St. Funk. Now is likely a great time to remind everyone to get their scaping done before end of day. Oh, yeah, true. Don't forget you guys will be off the clock in 2.5 hours. Get your manscaping done on the clock. Or girlscaping, or whatever. Scape, you know, all of the hedge shrubberies. Escaping? No, you won't get paid for that. Been a few months. Thanks for reminding me. No problem. Usually a big party with a mole. Typically a urologist attending. Okay. Japanese yen not doing shit. Well, I mean, it's okay. Hmm. Well, that's interesting. Zero DTE net gamma has slipped negative. Build a Bear Workshop put their pickle in my jar. I've just got my thinking cap on. I see. What are you thinking? Are you drinking a Teava? I was, yeah. Thanks for noticing. If the Japanese yen was a Ukrainian wheat field, would it be in danger of getting nuked? Absolutely, Fluffy. If this was going to bounce, the yen should start dropping. But the dollar's up on the yen right now. Jesus fuck, the 30-year is so spicy. It's like Yellen is sucking liquidity out of the market with a boba straw. Yeah, that's really bad for margin. Well, it's really bad for Japanese margin. But who's it's not like funds are running around going to the Bank of Japan to get their margin at a lower rate because it's too high in the US, right? That that nobody Japanese margin. This sounds like an anime. Do you have a Japanese margin body pillow, Dork? What if Fed rate increases and treasury issuances were to drive up the value of the US dollar and all of these funds were going to Japan to get their collateral or to deposit their collateral? Awkward. That'd be very awkward. Dollar up, margin down?
Japanese margin waifu. No, it's not backwardation. You're backward. Have you looked at the BOJ balance sheet? Yeah. I've been short Nikkei long yen for like a goddamn year. What do you do when all of your collateral has been turned into yen and then yen rockets, but you're a US fund? How do you explain that to your investors? So guys, weird thing here. Yen, the new crypto? I mean, Bank of Japan's rate 0.25%. Is the reason volume's so high today because T plus 2 on RC's 400k shares purchased? And they're trying to arbitrage the purchasing of those shares? They arbitrage the purchasing of all large purchases of shares on GME. You don't explain it. You just let the USA markets crash and then everyone is in pain. That's true. Yeah. DMD. Oh, okay. Okay. I'm looking. What do you got? Okay, I like that. That's nice. The first one. Ooh. Hmm. Almost like Japanese margin being used to sell puts short, right? I watched reruns. I know, I wrote about it. Although I will give Poopy Pants the credit, he pointed out the thing that got me curious. Hey Gurk, I watch reruns of your show at night, and sometimes the wife and I make whoopee, and it's on in the background. Now wife is saying she can't get moist without it. What do? Feel free to record small snippets of my voice to use in all of your sexual endeavors, Chris HJ. I promise to not take any legal action against you as long as you agree to use it only for that purpose. If it's what does it for her, make her happy. Is there a DeFi exchange where I can stake this yen coin you speak of? All right, now you're going too far. Goodnight Moonwind is a good one for those occasions. Make Whoopi? Are we a game show from the 80s? YouTube would prefer that. Maybe I'll just turn this into a game show. What would the competition be? I'll just pair Pigeon Whale's trading accounts up against each other. Watch them battle for supremacy. Cat punting, obviously. Looks like he's going for the SPX 0 DTs, the moon strategy. Bold move. Let's see how it works out for him. Jesus fucking Christ. Do you see that, dork? On the fucking
Whatever the fuck just happened with the 4280 contract. What the fuck is that shit? That's got to be like an artifact, right? You know what I'm fucking talking about. Look at your stuff. Okay, it went away. Never mind. Maybe it was an artifact. Voldemort. Whoopi's cushion is banal. If someone is stumped on a question, they get to phone a friend, and their only friend of choice is trades. I just no. I'll just have them. They'll phone a random stock YouTuber or Twitter personality. They might get lucky and get like jam croissant, and he's gonna tell them to buy only leaps. Or they might get unlucky and get trades, and he'll have a heart attack in the middle of the phone call. Girk, with your blessing, I'm thinking of starting a sister stream that's equally informative as this, where from market close to 5 o'clock, I give video tutorials on scaping in the office. You have my full support. Congress instructs Janet Yellen to have the Treasury and Federal Reserve make preparations and be on the ready for a situation where China dumps all of their U.S. treasuries overnight. What mean? If J-Pow raises rates tomorrow, Chinese banks, big fuck. Can I be your first contestant? I'm just going to go into money markets the entire time and beat whoever I go against. My strategy would just to be do nothing. I wouldn't even go into money markets. It's too risky right now. He's like me if I read one book on volatility. U.S. Treasury's $1 trillion borrowing drive set to put banks under strain transition. Why? Ah, yes. Beautiful. What's with all this bearish news, guys? I thought we're the bulls, right? Woo! Let's go. 4,400. No, we're still above 43.50. We could get seriously fucked by bulls here. Don't play around. Money market's too risky. I thought you'd enjoy that. I sold all my puts for calls. Part of the show is you have to call your mom and try to explain the market to her while managing 15 DTE calls. Or 15 minute to expiration calls. Ooh, that'd be fun. What do you got, Dork? More ugly? Did somebody's ridiculously overvalued tech bubble bull market get rugged by a major superpower liquidating all of their unsecured sovereign debt? If China and Japan simultaneously dump their bags, US number 4, right? Number 3. You don't think we'll get usurped by Germany? Sorry if you answered this already today, but what's GM for GME? It's literally on the fucking screen, man. I didn't write it daily. I woke up late. I didn't feel like it. I actually didn't wake up that late. I just didn't. I started to write it. And I was like, fuck this shit. I'm going to have to rush it out, and then I'm going to be late for the start of the stream. I just didn't. I wanted to make a coffee. Gork, I transferred more money into my account to buy an FOMC hedge. I feel gross and worthless. My tea is rapidly going away. Nice. Soon you'll be delta neutral. Smooth like a seal or maybe a dolphin. And yes, we know that dolphins are hairy. We've been over this. Nobody needs to bring it up. The peso has been kicking ass lately, mass. Bullish ass. Thank you, NW. I appreciate it, man. Why are 6-month CDs the same rate as 3 months? Well, you get an extra 3 months. So you get 50% of the total yield instead of 25. Gross, 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 gross. I hate this. I'm not omnidirectional. I only buy put or call. You know, if you buy one extra of those things, then you're directionally leveraged, right? You're more directionally exposed. Kind of like tantric trading, you know? Just edging your position. It's very exciting. And if you edge your position with the right person, it can be really intimate. Corn subsidy, potato chip act, scene 4, onshoring. I don't know why I'm excited. Net gamma's going up. This shit's bouncing. I do like the idea of China selling all their treasuries, though. Out the bottom, right? Directionally leveraged. So I take out a loan using equity in my company to buy only puts. You know, anyone else in chat said that, and I'd assume they were joking. We don't trade our core fund, Popcorn Trader, and your core fund is your wife's allowance. She's on sabbatical right now, making you the breadwinner. Yeah, okay, good. Yeah, don't get rid of the money printer. Then you just become like one of those people that sold all their GME and then full ported it into SPX YOLOs, right? You don't be one of those people. I have a bunch of 26 and 2150 calls on GME expiring Friday. Would you risk holding them until tomorrow or Thursday? Long calls? You can scale back, right? You can take some profits and leave some runners. At least cover your cost basis, right? If you can. That's step one in reducing your risk exposure. I know we're supposed to be throwing car batteries into the ocean, but does Long Island Sound count? Or does it have to be directly in the main part of the ocean? I mean, ideally, it's going to be deeper in the ocean. So if I'm say hyper directional future trading, how would you allocate your port? Isn't that just like wide strangles? Would they buy the treasuries? I mean, they'd have to, right? Our debt is constitutionally mandated. Would you exercise 2150 calls? No, but I also wouldn't buy GME at 2150. You could cashless exercise them. Eels are in the deep. Electric eels, which everyone's trying to recharge, live in fresh water. They're not a saltwater fish. I think I have erectile dysfunction. Is this DD? Do you have a pill for this? No. All you can do is forsake your directiles in the future and become delta neutral like Carl. Or Della, since all your tea goes away. I'm pretty sure they'll travel to where the recharge stations are. Duh. Salt water is for fast charging. Mm. I know this is off topic and I have no idea if the cat has been named, but you said something this morning that I thought would be fitting. How about Big Gamma or BG? But he's a small cat. Like if he was a chonker, sure. I'd just name him Gamma Max. But he's not. I don't know what the fuck NVIDIA is doing. People pulling back all their sold calls that were underwater. Call him Fast Gamma. Ah, Veronica. The Adderall caught up to you. I'm sorry. Sell for profits, gains, buy lows. How hard can trading be? Trick is build hodling on the backbone. I know this is off topic, and I have no idea if the cat. Is this a second one? How about Little Gamma or LG? I don't know. I could get sued for that. The cat's name is Hawkish Paws. Oh, oh, you cocksucker. It's called ADHD now, and it's fashionable and also debilitating. Any chance equity markets just don't realize that a rate pause is bearish, although yields would go down? I think anybody going long equity markets right now, aside from, short time horizons, is probably either required to do so or too stupid to know better. Name the cat Ohio State University. That way you get trademark popped. The Interesting. Is there a hard 4110 ceiling on NVIDIA? There's a lot of sold calls at 4110 on NVIDIA. There were a lot of sold calls at 400 on NVIDIA. Somebody just closed a bunch of those. Now they're going to probably sell them at 420. Is China going to drain the TGA? It's going to bankrupt the TGA. Yellen doesn't have that kind of money right now. They're sitting on trillions in debt. If they do that, though, we're going to take away their houses. Right? Oh, Jesus, the housing market will crumble. I'll be the wind in your sails as long as we get a photo. Huh. I don't like buying puts on cats still. I'd rather just get them on Dow. I don't think the middle of a sector shift is a good time to short Dow either. Look, I'm out of beverages. No, I still got some coffee. Apparently, the U.S. Treasury is getting ready for China to sell off a shitload of their treasuries. China, you're my 616's only hope. Man, if China does that, Jesus, you're you're not going to be as happy about your puts printing as you think. They need the fucking money, popcorn trader. China needs the cash to buy wheat before it all gets nuked. Oh, Jesus Christ, imagine if we don't. What if we say that they're facilitating trade with Russia? And we don't pay their debt? Oh, those things I talked about once a month for the last 6 months. Then the US will get a CCC rating. Yeah, but everyone else will get like B, or everyone else will get like F, right? I mean, we could kind of do what we did to Russia if Europe supports it. Oh my god, then we'll finally live in like a divided planet. Tell India we're best bros with them now. News about Yellen and China. I cannot find a source. I don't know. People in chat were talking about it. IMF. Yellen says World Bank are key counterweights to China. Yellen to ask Congress to lend more money to China, or lend more money to developing countries to counter China. Hmm. U.S. examining more sanctions against China for human rights violations. Where is it, Bob? You didn't DM it to me. Congress instructs Yellen to have the Treasury and Federal Reserve make preparations and be on the ready for a situation where China dumps their treasuries overnight. Okay. Oh, because they'll dump their treasuries if they attack Taiwan. Is that what this is about? I mean, the source is a congressional hearing. Hold on. I don't know if I can. Give me a second. Hmm. Is there any sound? Jesus Christ, this juice caboose has aged like 10 years in the last 2 weeks. I can't get any fucking sound out of it. U.S. positioning for more exuberance as China cozies with Russia, another failing state. Man, it doesn't give me an option to unmute it that way. I'll just put the here. I can just copy and paste the link. All right, is that it? Hold on. I know what I can do. Ha!
Exercise, and in response to sanctions against the Chinese scenario where there will be an invasion of Taiwan, the scenario was that China, the second largest foreign creditor of U.S. Treasuries, would dump that $859 billion in Treasury securities. How are you working with our allies internationally and also the Federal Reserve to deal with a situation where China would dump that volume of Treasury securities overnight?
So we are not engaging in specific exercises to address such a risk, but the United States, the National Security Council, is certainly concerned on an ongoing basis.
Well, Madam Secretary, I would encourage Treasury to make preparations and be on the ready for that scenario and work with.
Okay, that kind of seems like a nothing burger. If China sells, does my dollar value go to garbage? I mean, it's not gonna help it, right? Yeah, I can barely hear it too. The audio is terrible. I was like to talk about Russia nuking Kiev, but less likely. I mean, China's banks. If rate increases continue in the U.S., China's banks are going to have to market a lot of their securities. It's it's probably a more likely threat than a nuclear attack. Non-zero probability of this occurring. Time to price in the recovery before the impact. Exercise Burger sounds like a potential multi-billion-dollar franchise, right? If we go to war with China, can I still eat Chinese food? Yes. Dollar flatline towards NKR and GME goes boom. Plausible? Wait, what? What's the probability of the yield curve recovering with the short end at 4%? Don't you Winston face me right now. But only authentic Chinese food, like a number 7 with Diet Pepsi. Oh, fucking Christ. Support found. 0 DT net gamma. Positive again. But failing its peak. This is much easier than talking about all the strikes. So just take the total and average it. Yields are running. I know. Yields are running quite a lot. 2-year hit 4.7, dork. US 30 now at 3.94. Fuck me sideways. Only on Sundays, dork. You know the deal. Two things I still don't understand in here. Bread emoji and Winston. Are you autistic? Do you have a hard time with facial expressions? When will the flubber be extracted from the market? I miss Robin Williams. He was a treasure. It's almost like today was the first date of issuances from the treasury sold last week. Crazy, I know. You mean like there's a lagging effect? Is that just a face? Did you just send me a face? You spent $3 to send me a... I don't even know what that is, like a downward smirk? Is it like a... You having a stroke? That's a stroke face. Who's Winston? Winston's a character from the hit TV series New Girl. Bread emoji means bread. Exactly. Get it. Would it be better to try to pick up strangle straddle tonight for tomorrow's meeting tonight and benefit from volatility increasing on those contracts tomorrow, or wait and smack that ask first thing in the morning? Thanks, Dad. Sometimes you can get a little bit of a discount on the volatility by buying the day before. Most SLDs involve the depositing of liquidity supplementarily. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The markets are perfectly efficient, Gherk. Yep, they're never wrong about things. Can I exchange bond yields for profitable puts, please? You can learn a thing or two from Winston on how to treat a cat. Listen, here's the deal. All right, I treat the cat just fine, Brandon. Before I owned him, he lived, not only did he live in Long Island, it was awful, but he lived outside in Long Island. He now lives inside in New York City. which is strictly better. He has toys. Plus, we have PPI tomorrow AM. Yeah, but that's not going to be bad. What if financial participants deposit treasuries to make SLD? They may. T-bills? They're not. They're not. They're not. She's been selling T-bills for the most part. Not treasury. Not well. Some treasury bonds, but not many. Show the cat. Pay the cat tax. I don't want to. I have to like flip over my sofa and like cut the liner to get him out. So if I D Vega D time lived outside of Long Island, did you fish him out of the short ocean? Yeah, that's where Steve Cohen goes swimming. Do you have one of those giant cat tower things? No, not yet. So far, he's having plenty of fun just ripping up the couch. The cat is lucky in that he can watch all of Girk's trades. But he can't take advantage of this information. He doesn't need to. He's a cat. Lol, you have never and it shows. Do people on the East Coast think of Long Island iced teas? I don't know. Are you asking what they think of them? Show the cat. The cat was on stream the other day. I don't want him to get too much camera exposure. Do you or anyone in the chat know if TDA negotiates margin rates? I'm at 13%, but I need to drop it. A switch to IBKR will give me PM SPX rate of 7%. If I call TDA and tell them, will they care or even try to negotiate? I don't know. It depends on how much money you have. They might. It doesn't hurt to try. Tell them you're going to leave and go to a different brokerage. God forbid the cat becomes a streamer. Yeah, that'd be bad. Do they just call them iced teas since they're in Long Island? I don't know. Did you clip it? I'm sure someone did. DC Verex has the evidence. So you potentially have a hawkish skip, JPOW speech, SLD, and short puts holding this market up, falling off the chain. If none of this drops, the market, I might just cry. Fair enough. Fair enough, JMac. You know, Rusty might have some extra space in his car. The cat can't become a streamer, Gurk. We don't need the competition. It's up to him, okay? When you want a cat-proof couch, let me know. I built a sweet sectional with AC and USB power hookups. Wait, is it AC power, or did you put an air conditioner in it so it like blows cold air up your ass? My car does that. It's phenomenal. Is that a birthday weekend staycation where the cat came and made friends with everyone in the Airbnb? Clip the claws and revel in extra scratch-free cuddles. I'm not gonna clip his claws. Any reason I should cut my $14 VIX for tomorrow? Well, probably because it expires tomorrow. Thanks, Trash. That sounds sick. Not gonna lie. Is someone looking for a place to stay? Well, you may have someone joining you in your car crying sessions. Why don't you have more vocal members on the stream? I, for one, would love to hear Darth Dan chugging a handle of Everclear on the hour every hour. No one wants that, Tungsten. You can probably save on buying cat scratchers if you just throw some torsos from your freezer down where the cat will use them to sharpen its claws. Hmm, interesting. I'm not having him declawed either. Yeah. Woke up, man. Upstart's killing me. I'm basically undead at this point. Just a shambling corpse. Okay. I've got about 37 days of theta left. Any hope or eat the loss? I need to see sub 30. What do you have puts on it? 37-day puts? So July 21 at $30? That doesn't seem like wildly unreasonable. Kirk, you know full well the market won't crash until someone from the pickle jar. Okay. Did you ever look at OVX, CBOE's crude oil vol index? Yeah. I kind of look more into it, not for trading purposes, though. For what purposes, then? You still got any ice cream sandwiches in your freezer? Yeah. Name him Puffin. No. But I also don't want to sit on a couch covered in Vaseline trash. Unless you're suggesting kind of a staycation thing. Any data suggests Jimmy pushes up much past Gamma Max in the next few days? I believe you said that FTDs will be early next week. No, I said FTDs on Fubo are from the 23rd to the 27th. Ooh. It's good for your skin. 2 birds, 1 stone. Is it petroleum jelly? If you cover yourself in petroleum jelly, won't you die? Look up slugging. I'm never gonna Google that. Yeah, you can asphyxiate yourself from your skin. It doesn't kill you. Well, maybe. I don't know. Is Vaseline poisonous? I need to read more about. There's studies done on this. Why are they all in nature? We can bring on heat stroke, and toxic chemicals can leach into your skin. It's not as exciting. Oh well. If you cover yourself in Nair, you'll die. WD-40 isn't toxic. I still wouldn't eat it. Fair. No, no, petroleum jelly. Not just straight petroleum. Oh, okay. Don't believe everything you read about diet. Vitamin C has an LD50 dosage. I mean, so does water, right? Random Rick, welcome to Dillionaire. Oh, hold on, that was about to blow up everybody's ears. Look at me. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord, I'll get you added after the stream. If the moon was made of cheese, would you eat it? I don't know, Gromit. Everyone's bosses encouraging Nair after the surge in work time manscaping. It doesn't have to just be manscaping, Gen. Favorite type of apple? Oh, well, I'm allergic to all of them. I'm sticking with that. Librarians are classy. I see. Weirdest thing you've ever eaten? I don't know. Story of how you found that out. I don't know. You know, when I was really little, I wasn't allergic to them. And then around like 8 to 12, I became more allergic to them. And now if I eat them, I get hives in my throat. Who do you think is the most attractive person on CNBC? I don't know any of them, so I couldn't tell you. I guess I could look up an employee list, and then I could give you a more definitive answer. Oh, look, they have an anchors and reporters page. These are some terrible high school level photos. Well, I can tell you it's definitely not Dan Mangan. His face looks like he's smelling someone's butthole. Yeah, it's a hard pass for me on the whole cast. Wait, oh, there's more. I can load more. Hold on. Hold on. Yep, nope, nope. Still a hard pass. Fresh apples with deskinned and apple pie is okay for you? Yeah, I can have them if they've been cooked. I'm allergic to the enzymes in them. So it breaks down with heat. I'll loop for you a while. Are you still long-term bearish on the market? Yep. Yes, I am, Thomas Byrne. Jimmy Chill makes me ill. Just looked up Dan Mankin. Accurate. Mexican weather lady, gold standard. The one from Wall Street Bets? Brazilian weather lady. What determines when a CEO buys shares? If it is insider trading or not. Thank you. If they buy shares in advance of like a major announcement or something, or using privileged inside information in order to time their purchase. So yeah, I mean, RC and the rest of the insiders buying a bunch of shares right now isn't bullish. Yanet Garcia. That yeah, that's the one on Wall Street Bets, right? Greg, is JFresh bullish? I need to know if I should pick up 480C weeklies. JFresh owns one long call that is being used to currently hedge his out of the money bear call spreads. looked on the Chicago jobs on Craigslist, and they're letting market makers work from home. How has this transition been? Decent, actually. I much prefer working from home to being in the office. I mean, I work for myself. Yannick Garcia related to Janet Yellen? I see some similarities. If you're about to say because of the juicy cabooses, I'm gonna ban you. Is Weather Woman a kink? Maybe. I Not mine. But you already know what mine is, don't you, Jen Jen? Give us a shush. The juice caboose. Everything is a kink, Jen Jen. Rule 34 is infinite. I know, Dan. How do you know that, C-Mill? Thank you, Girk. I'm calm now. I don't think you are, but no problem. Ah, Gamma going up more. I guess we're just trading flat into close. I don't see any volume on the strikes. And the money calls are all selling off. One exciting day. And another gigantic gap left to the downside. We found C-Mill's kink. Why did RC buy? I don't know. I assumed to return his shareholding to the level it was at pre-dilution, or closer to the level it was at pre-dilution. He's got a fucking ego problem. So now that he's CEO, he thinks it's important to maintain his Twitter cred and own more of the company. That's all I got. Hold on. To impress shareholders, yeah. Everyone else was buying, he got jealous. He's getting ready to sell. Yeah, it's not like a lot of money to him or anything. Apple hit an all-time high and he wanted to celebrate. I'm sorry. I didn't mean any of that, guys. He's trying to tell you to DRS your shares. MOASS is coming. That's why he bought. Don't let those shills on YouTube and the internet fool you. Gherkin, DRS your shares. MOASS is coming. Clip it. I mean, I hope everyone DRSs all the shares for GME. Then when Kenny needs shares, he has to borrow them from me. I'm going to charge him a lot. If I were RC, I would buy 1 share a day, every single day, just to spam the investor relations page with so much junk, no one would know when I sold. What kind of low can be expected of Upstart before the credit markets turn around? I don't think a return to 20 is out of the question, given time. If the entire float was registered, would that not break things? Yeah, it would. Like NYSE's listing requirements. No one's ever gonna pay you. You understand that? I hope you do. Yeah, but that's for labor. No one's gonna pay you because you bag held a stock from $350 all the way down to, well, less. There's a split thrown in there. So let's say $75. My broker will pay me, but it's just gonna be like 27 something. 26.98 actually. Yeah, the DRS numbers were in earnings last week. They were unimpressive. Jay Fresh was right. I think it was up by 600,000 shares from the prior quarter. But that's FUD, right? That's just hedge funds manipulating the DRS numbers to get you guys to stop. Don't buy into that. Have DRS numbers gone up? Moderately. They've slowed significantly. JPOW tomorrow, right? You know it. What's your take on the insider purchases? 2 of them weren't large enough to be noteworthy. Ryan Cohen's a giant troll. Wait, hold on. Is 443,000 shares the number of shares that Furlong had? Or is it double the number of shares Furlong had? Someone check. I want to see how much of a dick he is. You know, a CEO spite buying his own stock might be the most bullish thing Ryan Cohen's ever done in my mind. That really speaks to me. I think he was going for 420,000 shares on 6ix9ine, but he messed up the math. That's less bullish. Quit, you're gonna get RC's intern that watches all day fired. No problem, Girk's publicist. Matthew Furlong, 284,038. Okay. The year is 2024. China has dumped all its treasuries, and the SPX is at 5,000. No, 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 no. That's like asking me if I'd sell Google to buy GME, Brian. Little volume spike on SPX there. I don't think anything's exciting is happening with SPX into the end of today. When can Furlong sell? I'm not sure. Would you sell some NVIDIA, sell some GME at this price to short NVIDIA at this price? Probably not. That's taking on a significant amount of additional risk to the prior position, right? The tips are diverging all day today. Into the end of today, where they've begun to contract a little again. But the early part of the day, mostly divergence. I'll post the chart in the Discord after. Are the SPY tips still ripping apart? They're starting to turn around a little bit, actually. Yeah, today's peak was much weaker. So they are turning around. It's hard to see because I'm way zoomed out, but they're starting to a little bit. Obviously, on the long term, it's still ridiculous, right? What happens when the SPY tips turn around? Stuff. US stockpiling cheap oil. Well, it's cheap right now, so. I'm almost long buy-in price target still intact. It fell below it like a little while back. It seems to be recovering a bit, but yeah, I mean, obviously below that buy-in range is very enticing. I picked up some when it fell to 35. I'm not buying any more of it right now. I think I have enough exposure there. Well, more than I want actually. But not a terrible price. Express up 9% today as well. What's really going on with these heavily shorted stocks? I mean, I would say market wide, it looks like shorts are being squeezed, right? Not just on heavily shorted stocks, but a lot on the Russell. What would cause large numbers of heavily shorted stocks to squeeze all at once? No, no one blew up. There you go, my Corazal. I know what you're getting at, OG Rules. You expect us to know what a squeeze means after 2 years of stockholder syndrome? UBS? Maybe. So no more down for Jimmy? Why not? There's not a lot there to cover. That's correct, Idaho Beef. I mean that depends on each individual relationship with lenders, right? Sometimes they get time, sometimes they don't. Sometimes they're like, they'll give them like T+2 or some time to get the shares together and return them, or they just recall them immediately. I think your SPX chart is, it might be. No, it's just not doing anything. Yeah, the air quality is getting a little bit better. I still have a light cough though. Is there a share recall for GME happening, or are we just talking about how squeezes can kick off? No, there could be. That's possible. I mean, today's also T+2 from Cohen's buy-in, so that could also be having an effect. There's probably some FOMO, not a lot, but some from him buying in at all, right? Oh, look. They failed to get the 4370s in the money at the end of the day. Wow, they suck. So all of their 0 DTEs closed out of the money, Dork. All of them. All the 4375s and 4370s. See, they make money one day and then they lose a big pile of it the next. Right? It's just... that was all part of the plan. Yeah, I'm sure. Sounds like the pickle jar. Yeah. All right. Well, thank you guys all so much for tuning in. Tomorrow is obviously going to be the Fed rate decision. I think we also have PPI tomorrow morning. So it'll be interesting. Let's see if J-Pow grows some balls tonight. Thank you all for tuning in. I hope you all have a great rest of your day. I'll see you tomorrow. Night, guys.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must have...
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not...
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico!
Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate.
Hydrate.
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.